never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Turn to roll. Cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we've got a Friday coming on. TGIF. There you go. Hope you've had a good week. What a week, what a week. Hey, if we can make it through the overnight hours tonight, we're going to wrap up the first successful week of the Steve Sommers overnight drive. How's that sound? Of course, I'm going to need your help to do that. Y'all say, Steve, I can't tell you how many nights you've helped get me through. I'd be so tired and you'd entertain me. Well, I need your help. You entertain me too. And you do that when we get rolling here by dialing our toll-free number 844-844-3388. All right, so we're talking the 15th day of January, mid-month coming on here. Not a bad week as far as I'm concerned. Boy, it's very pleasant when I step out the door this evening. And for much of the eastern third of the country, not a bad night, well above normal temperatures. But what a change we've seen in the past 24 hours in the central states and the mess that they're cleaning up in the Pacific Northwest. We've been talking all week about the potential for some fierce winds. What we ultimately saw, it's almost unfathomable. In parts of Montana, I believe the highest gust was at 125 miles per hour. That's the equivalent of a Category 3 hurricane, if you could imagine that. I, Most people out there probably spent their day on Thursday, picking up debris, chopping up trees that were down. Undoubtedly, the power companies are just overloaded with what's going on in that part of the country. The storm has now progressed further off to the east, but that means we've got blizzard warnings. Yes, we've got a full-fledged blizzard unfolding right now. It's going to be an ugly night rolling through. Looking at the blizzard warning, stretching from Watertown to Sioux Falls in South Dakota, western portions of Minnesota. Blizzard warnings. It's big storm that rocked the Northwest. The Rockies and the High Plains continues to barrel eastward, and oddly enough, it is still intensifying. As I mentioned, winds as high as 125 miles per hour reported in the high country of Montana. Now, this storm not only bringing a major return of winter weather, following what's been some unusually mild conditions across the Midwest, it's also still unleashing high winds and heavy snow and a sharp blast of cold air. We're talking blizzard warnings are now in effect for parts as far south as the northwestern quarter of Missouri, all the way up into central Minnesota, parts of the Dakotas. National Weather Service in Des Moines is warning travel very well may be impossible at times around the I-35 corridor. Now, that was supposed to be for late afternoon Thursday. I'm assuming we've probably got some road closures, near zero visibility with winds 50 miles per hour, snow piling up. Temperatures had been as much as 25 degrees above average here just a couple days ago, midweek. Midwinter conditions are going to unfold officially now as we look at the portions of the plains to the Great Lakes region. Now, the storm raced across the southern Canadian prairies Wednesday night, then took root in the Great Lakes this past day. It's going to stall out, and that's why we're going to be talking about this thing unloading snow on into the day here Friday with the eastern parts of the Dakotas, northeastern Nebraska to northwestern Ontario. Those are the areas where we're talking blizzard warnings. It looks like some of the heaviest accumulations on the order of 6 to 12 inches will be in south central portions of Minnesota and the north central portions of Iowa. Some of the storm totals could be approaching 16 inches in those areas. So you couple that with 50 mile per hour wind gusts, thus you've got the blizzard warnings in place. As that cold front advances from the storm, we'll be looking for a brief band of snow, some snow showers, or a wintry mix progressing from eastern Iowa, northern and central Illinois, southeastern Wisconsin during the overnight hours tonight, Thursday night into Friday. Southern Ontario, eastern Ohio, northern West Virginia, western Pennsylvania. You're going to see some of that wintry mix as we progress through the day today. Well, this band of snow and mixed precip, it's not going to bring a whole lot by way of accumulation, but could see just enough to maybe briefly coat some of the roads and sidewalks with some slippery conditions. But the winds are going to continue to hammer the Rockies and the plains on into the day today. Again, as this storm continues to intensify, winds ramping up, travel dangers. We're now looking at gusts from 80 to 110 miles per hour that have already buffeted parts of Montana, Wyoming, and North Dakota. Big time power outages. Those winds being generated by the big difference in the barometric pressure between the low pressure that's moving along the U.S.-Canadian border, and then there's an area of high pressure centered over the southwestern USA. Wind gusts between 70 and 80 miles per hour had been seen outside the snowfall area from the eastern slopes of the Rockies in Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and even down to Nebraska and Kansas during the past day, during the day on Thursday. Now, let me flip over to some of the current advisories from various National Weather Service offices. Starting with, let's go to the Weather Service office in Des Moines, where blizzard is going to significantly impact central Iowa tonight into Friday. Strong, gusty northwest winds, moderate to heavy snow will lead to blizzard conditions tonight and throughout much of the daytime hours Friday over the western half of Iowa. Significant travel impacts, especially along the I-80 and I-35 corridors. Over the eastern half of Iowa, lighter winds, lesser amounts of snowfall, but still travel impacts are anticipated. So it looks like the blizzard warning is in effect until 6 o'clock in the evening, Central Time, Friday. You got about 18 hours worth of blizzard warning conditions to look forward to. Now, accumulations along the line of 4 to 8 inches. Winds gusting to 45 miles per hour for central and southern Iowa. Travel needs to be restricted to emergency travel only. If you must travel, better have that winter survival kit with you because you may find yourself stranded. Weather Service office in the Omaha Valley there in Nebraska. Pretty much a similar scenario, although the snowfall accumulations won't be as heavy, but blizzard warning will be in effect starting at the midnight hour, so just about an hour from now in the central time zone, until 6 p.m. Friday evening. Blizzard conditions, total accumulations there, 2 to 4. Winds gusting to 55 miles per hour. This is portions of east central and northeastern Nebraska, southwest and west central Iowa. Again, nearly impossible travel conditions. Let's take one more stop. Let's go up to the Twin Cities. Where they're saying it's a winter storm. It's going to continue overnight and through the day Friday. Snow will become more widespread overnight and last into Friday. Now, you've already seen some accumulation. Whatever you've got, they tell us another 3 to 7 inches are expected across central and southern Minnesota, where a winter storm warning is in effect through Friday. Meanwhile, western and southern Minnesota will have gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, in addition to the falling snow. That's going to be more like whiteout conditions. Thus, a blizzard warning's in effect through Friday for that area. Finally, areas across the northern half of Minnesota and western Wisconsin, you'll see another, say, 1 to 4 inches of snow. You have winter weather advisories that will continue through Friday in those areas. Some ugly travel conditions. Let me flip back to the current national radar scene. Zoom in a little bit here. All right, you can see the snow falling, stretching from about Duluth, St. Paul, Minnesota. You've got all the way back into Brandon, South Dakota, snow. And some of the radar returns are indicating some of the enhanced snowfall, those dark blue colors, the dark blue hues. That means snow's coming down at a pretty intensive clip, and you can see the well-defined circulation of the storm system. The tail almost looks like an inland hurricane kind of scenario with the circulation. The far eastern side of the storm is bringing a little bit of light rain activity. See a small line stretching from about Indianapolis down into Louisville, down into just now to the east of Clarksville, Tennessee. And again, most of that's light to moderate rain, but those are the areas where the temperatures are much warmer. So you're not really concerned about any frozen precip in that part of the country. Let me jump back again to what we had already seen further to the west over the past couple of days. Yeah, I guess spending the day Thursday cleaning up debris, picking up scattered debris left behind by that storm. A strong storm, as we know. A lot of videos popping up on social media showing drivers having to dodge and swerve around fallen debris on the roads, particularly around the Highway 56 area there in Montana. The most extreme wind gusts were recorded in the area of Mount Sentinel, Montana. That's near Missoula, Montana. That's where they saw the 125 mile per hour gust, equivalent to a Category 3 hurricane. That would be considered a major hurricane. Locations in Utah and Wyoming also actually recorded triple-digit wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour. The train of storms has left hundreds of thousands without power at varying points this week. Going back to Tuesday night, had nearly 700,000 without power across Washington and Oregon. Forecasters said during the midday hours Wednesday, 600,000 were still without power. By the time we got to Thursday morning, that number was down to just over 200,000, still in the dark. In Glasgow, located in the southeastern portions of Montana, members of the area's National Weather Service needed multiple attempts to launch a weather balloon in the midst of 67 mile per hour winds. Their initial try failed as the wind gust immediately popped the balloon. Earlier in the day, Wednesday, a station recorded a 79 mile per hour gust in Glasgow. That broke the area's record for the strongest January winds that was set back in 2009. That was a wind gust of 72 miles per hour. It was also the second highest peak wind gust ever actually recorded for that city. Gives you an idea of just how strong this storm has been. Further to the north, Canadians who live across the prairies also dealt with the ferocious winds, scattering furniture, and in one case, an entire fishing cabin. Saskatchewan, winds sent the fishing trailer sliding across the lake, much to the amusement of one child. The little girl could be heard in the video laughing and watching in amazement. Others in Saskatchewan battling near impossible driving conditions as the heavy wind and rain took away nearly all visibility on the roadways. Washington's Snoqualmie Pass along I-90 picked up nearly 2 feet of snow, where this winter, and it's not midwinter, it's relatively early in the winter, they've already seen 236 inches of snowfall in this winter. That's like the highest total they've seen in 10 years there. Across Idaho, many areas reported over a foot of snow Wednesday, led by the town of McCall, where they picked up 16 inches. In Oregon, it was a mix of wind, heavy precip Tuesday night, downed a tree directly onto a police officer's car, damaged the vehicle. Dash cam video actually captured the tree falling suddenly during the dark drive, cracked the windshield, destroyed the rear window glass. Luckily, that officer was able to walk away uninjured. We've seen a lot of fatalities with trees coming down on vehicles, especially in those hurricane-type conditions. All right, so far as we look ahead for our Thursday night into Friday, areas from eastern Montana down to Oklahoma still going to be contending with wind gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour. On Friday, a similar area will experience these gusty winds. We could see winds gusting to 70 miles per hour as this storm begins to exit off to the east. So you combine the strong winds, the dry conditions, there's actually going to be a risk of fires in the Central Plains. There you go. Travelers' weather around the country, ugly night in the central states. As I scroll back over to the Northwest, where they've been dealing, of course, we started off with rain, flooding, mudslides, I-84 that was shut down. I believe that may still be shut down. It was the eastbound lanes. Just a little bit of rain. Our next storm beginning to come ashore, bringing some rain to western portions of Washington. Rains just about to move into the Seattle area. At least at this point, it looks like more or less light to moderate rainfall there. They don't really need any additional rains, though. Great to have you with us underway on a Friday morning, heading up on 17 past the hour. Phone lines open. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. Got a really easy to remember number there for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Under our industry headlines, Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration proposing a pilot program that would evaluate split sleeper berth options. Now, we just got some new options when they updated the hours of service regulations, but they're actually now going to look at, because I think so many drivers, especially teams and whatnot, they'd split their hours, a 5 and 5 in some cases, or a 6 and 4. That's what they're going to be looking at. Doing so, the agency said they're going to be looking at the possibility of offering drivers more flexibility. Haven't we been saying that for how many years? Well, forever. Flexibility. It was September when that final rule went into effect that actually gave a little additional flexibility, where they offered up the 7 and 3 option. Previously you had to either do the 10 straight hours or you could do an 8 and 2. So they added the 7 and 3. OOIDA has been pushing for this 6 and 4 or 5 and 5 option to be included in the changes. But the FMCSA decided not to move forward without some data supporting the additional split. Now the FMCSA plans to start a pilot program that would actually be able to acquire the data that they're looking for those particular options. We continue to explore ways to provide flexibility for drivers while maintaining safety on our roads. So says the acting administrator Wiley Deck in a news release. The proposed pilot program will provide needed data and feedback for the agency to use now and in the future. So gathering more data on split sleeper flexibility, that would benefit all commercial drivers and stakeholders. We encourage everyone to review the proposal, and they will be taking comments. As part of the pilot program, participating drivers would have the option to split their 10 hours of sleeper berth time into 2 periods, provided that those 2 periods provide a combined rest amount of at least 10 hours in length. It's pretty simple math. 5, 5, 6, 4, 7, 3, 8, 2. We've been saying that for years. Now, while operating under the pilot program exemption, drivers would be expected to split their sleeper berth time into 2 periods, such that neither in this case would be less than 4 hours. However, drivers would be free to choose whether or not to operate under the exemption based on their schedule. Interested carriers and drivers would be asked to apply to the FMCSA for acceptance into the pilot program. They tell us this actual notice is expected to be published in the Federal Register very soon. So once it is officially published, the public would have 60 days to comment on that. I think it'd be a great idea. Like I said, I know so many drivers that like to do the 5 and 5 split. In many cases, and I'm one of those. Once I've slept for say 4 or 5 hours, I'll wake up and okay, well I can lay there, but I'm tossing and turning. I'm not really getting good sleep. If I could sleep decent for 5 hours and get up and maybe drive some more and sleep better for the other 5 hours, I think I'm going to be more refreshed than I would be laying there just tossing and turning for 3 or 4 hours trying to get up, to your 7 hour or your 8 hour split sleeper berth time. Makes sense. Then one other under the industry headlines before we'll get to your calls coming up here. We've got 2 bills introduced to the Indiana General Assembly that would accommodate more overweight trucks for travel around the state. Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OOIDA, recently sent a letter to some lawmakers opposing these bills. Pugh said that lawmakers are caving to pressure to loosen truck size and weight exemptions. This is nothing new. At the behest of economic interests that want to ship cheap freight, there is no shortage of state lawmakers willing to pick winners and losers, according to Huey. Sponsored by the House Roads and Transportation Chairman Jim Pressel, House Bill 1190 would authorize the Indiana Department of Transportation to issue overweight truck permits. The rule would not apply to highways under a local authority's jurisdiction, but the bill reads that applications for permits must demonstrate that rail travel for the resource is not an option. Other transportation options that do not include travel using a permit have pretty much been exhausted, And as a result, the lack of transportation options for this resource, supply chain interruptions, or supply dock backlogs exist. They're saying those need to be the criteria. This bill awaits consideration in the Roads and Transportation Committee. There's another bill in the Senate Homeland Security and Transportation Committee that covers overweight, divisible loads. Right now, state law authorizes trucks hauling metal commodities to be permitted up to 120,000 pounds. Loads of bark, logs, sawdust, or wood chips, some agricultural commodities. Those are permitted up to 97,000 pounds for transport from the point of harvest to the point of first destination. Sponsored by Senator John Ford out of Terre Haute. This would be Senate Bill 40 in Indiana. That would expand the category of freight that can be considered an overweight divisible load, which would authorize transportation of commodities up to 120,000 pounds. Now, the bill does state that affected loads must have a total equivalent single axle load calculation that's equal or less than 2.8 equivalent single axle load. If you drive a truck, I guess you know what they're talking about there, right? Additionally, haulers must apply for to be granted a permit for transportation of divisible loads in excess of 80,000 pounds. Now let's jump up to the phones here and see what's going on this morning. Guess who gets to be first out of the box? Hello, Chevy guy.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for letting me run the front door for a short.
There you go.
Mitch McConnell. Well, you know, day before yesterday, I think it was being said that he was all for the impeachment and was ready for getting it done. But apparently he is not. I wonder if he heard the people. If they stick their finger in the air and find out what the people are saying. And I think, half the country. I don't. Either way, if you want to believe that Biden won honest, half the country still did not vote for him. And I think he heard the message, and that's why he come back and said no, he's not going to. They're not going to have an impeachment trial in the Senate. So I'm happy to hear that he's still listening to the people, but it still was an eye-opener to watch and see how fast they'll stab President Trump in the back.
Right.
So I think it's Friday morning. It's good news. I work 6 days a week, so that's not an issue with me. It's just another day. But what a wonderful show. What a great ride this week. Running with a great bunch of people, familiar voices, and I just so proud to be part of the inaugural week for your show, buddy. And thank you so much, Hot Shot Secret, for doing this for us. It truly is a blessing to have somebody in the cab we can trust. The information and just the entertainment. So I'm gonna let you back around me. I'm gonna let it sit back in the rocking chair, and we'll be out here copying the mail, 10-4.
All right, Chevy guy. Yeah, thank you for being a part of our inaugural week. We always look forward to hearing from you. All right, so be safe out there and have a great weekend. It is 26 past the hour. Like I said, it's a Friday. And this is our inaugural week. We're going to wind down week number 1 and many, many weeks to go, right? And need your help at 844-844-3388. A quick timeout and we'll return. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, you know what that means? We're back. Right back at it on a Friday. So, Friday means weekend's upon us. And that also means, seeing as we're coming out of 2020, that this weekend we've been discussing all week long the anticipation of protests. Things that may get out of hand. We've got, they're now telling us that there's in excess of 21,000 National Guard on the ground in our nation's capital. Some of the video, it's insanity. These people don't have any place to sleep. I think there were some saying they're making the urgent call. We need cots. It's not right to have your National Guard sleeping on the floor in the hallways in the Capitol right now. But the latest update from this past day states, and I quote, the FBI is tracking extensive amount of concerning online chatter, including calls for armed protests leading up to the inauguration. That was another statement just this past day. Director Chris Wray, in his first public appearance since the violence that unfolded in our Capitol last Wednesday, January the 6th, he said in a security briefing for Vice President Mike Pence, the FBI remains concerned about the potential for violence at protests and rallies in Washington, as well as state capitals around the country. Now, these events could bring armed individuals near government buildings and elected officials, while also noting one of the real challenges is this space is trying to distinguish what's aspirational versus what's intentional. The FBI, he says, is receiving a significant amount of information that was pushing out to other law enforcement agencies ahead of the inauguration. Information sharing is critical before any big public event like the inauguration. The issue is receiving particular scrutiny because of signs law enforcement was not prepared for the surge that unfolded on January the 6th. So again, federal officials warning local law enforcement that the riot at the Capitol is likely to inspire others who might have violent intentions. I mentioned that earlier this week. Those sort of events, when you're able to breach the Capitol of the United States, you got some nuts out there that say, hey, if they can do it, I can do it. Now, we're looking at individuals who may have an eye towards repeating the same kind of violence that we saw last week, according to Director Ray, adding that since January the 6th, the FBI has identified over 200 suspects. We know who you are. If you're out there, an FBI agent is coming to find you, he said. More than 100 have now been arrested, and there are countless other investigations. States nationwide already have been stepping up security in preparation for the possibility of protest this weekend, particularly at state houses. So looking at security plans, we've mentioned numerous times this week, the FBI bulletin pointed out the potential for protest. It could occur at any capital in any of the 50 states all around the country. All right, let's get back to our calls here on a Friday. Who's next up? I believe it's our friend Cruisin' Daryl. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I'm sitting up here in Woodbury by St. Paul, going back to Menominee. I got to take a store load up to Superior, so we'll see what that's like up there. It's snowing pretty good, but looks like the interstate's moving pretty good too, so it shouldn't maybe be too bad tonight. It's supposed to be in lower 30s, so at least it'll be warm.
That's not too bad.
No. What's with these protests now? I'm kind of behind news. Why all the capitals boarding up? I know Wisconsin did, I think.
Like the FBI said they're hearing lots of chatter. They've got these online chat rooms. Supposedly, they had picked a lot of this sort of thing up before what unfolded in D.C. there on January the 6th, but for whatever reason, nobody really seemed to act on it, and they were not prepared for it, and ultimately, it really did happen. So there's this one particular extremist group I talked about earlier this week. They call them the Boogaloo. Now, that they're not Trump supporters. They are individuals who actually want to overthrow the government. They believe all government is tyrannical. I don't know how many members there are in that group. I don't know how many states. I think they said they were really concerned about Michigan and Wisconsin, I believe it was. Wisconsin or Minnesota. But those two states in particular, they were really concerned about.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting this weekend. My wife read a article that, oh, and by the way, Kathy and Mark from Florida said to say hi. It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen this weekend. So I can see maybe where some of these states would be probably a little uptight about it. But
Right.
Anyways, I just thought I'd call and say, by the way, I thought I seen something the other day on Facebook, which has got to be true, but something with truck trains up in North Dakota, and I was going to look at it, and then I had to do something else, and by the time I got back on Facebook again, it had disappeared. So I don't know if Landline now's got anything on that or what, but truck trains in North Dakota, I thought, I might have to move back home and do some of that.
They were talking up to, I think, 200 feet long. That's big.
Okay.
That's big.
Yeah. That'd be kind of cool. Anyways, I'll let you go, Steve. Good job on your first week. Thank you for coming back. Thank Hot Shot Secret. And you have a great weekend.
You don't have to say thanks for coming back. I'm glad to be back. Trust me on that one. But thank you for being a part of the program. It's great to hear from you, Daryl. Who's next up here? It might just be a voice from the past, the distant past. Is this Maverick?
Hi-ho, Steverino.
Wow. How the heck are you, Maverick?
Hey, John. guess who I got on the phone here with you, buddy?
Wow.
Yeah, it's Steve. John says, hey.
Oh, tell John hello. We've missed you guys.
Oh, me. How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. How you like our new? Are you watching us on Facebook or YouTube, or how you catching us?
Well, that's how I've been following you. I followed you on Facebook, then I saw that rigmarole that went on with WLW and all that hoopla. And then been following you again, like I said, on Facebook. So you got this gig here, and
Yes,
real pleased with that. And man, it has been a long time.
I'm really glad that people like you, who we don't get to hear from much anymore, because you're are you semi or fully retired now, Maverick?
I think I'm pretty well fully retired with this COVID-19 mess.
I gotcha.
Driving that bus, with all the people on it, and even though they're setting them out every other seats and not full capacity, but it's just my age. And no, I think I'm pretty well done with everything right now at age 77. Ooh, didn't mean to say
what?
that.
What?
Yeah, what? No, I've been sitting here tonight listening to your other broadcasts that you had, and just finished up last night's, and I heard the voice of the past there. Oh, busy.
Yeah. How about that? Yeah,
sir, buddy.
Are you with me?
Yeah, you with me?
Yep.
Oh, man, I wish the old times would come back again a little bit, but not all of them.
Yeah.
Do miss them. I know you got a whole brand new audience out there listening to you. And like myself, I don't call in too much anymore because by this time I'm already in bed, but for some reason or other, I'm up tonight. Last night's program, and probably going into this one, if I may, my wife and I talk about a lot of this stuff. And when you have so much of the news media, television networks against you in the odds, like just say 1% to 10%. Fox News is probably the only conservative, and probably a lot of the TV stations around the nation that are under Fox are probably not all that much conservative. And even the one here in Louisville, I think there's probably a middle of the road or something other. But when you get that much against you, the Democratic Party with the leftists in the middle of the roads and the special interests in the Democratic Party, again with the conservative movement, it's hard to fight against them. We're fighting an uphill battle, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And until I guess it's the media or the TV stations kind of come around, and our people wake up to the realization that socialism that the Democratic Party right now is promoting doesn't work. We're in for bad times. And I told my wife, she said, why is this? I said, well, let's put it to one simple answer. You can't kill Santa Claus.
Yeah.
When the Democratic Party wants to give everything away, give you things, and I've fallen into it a little bit too. With these stimulus checks, was I glad to get them? You doggone right, I was glad to get them. And anybody that says they're not is lying.
So everybody likes free money, but there's not really free money. How long did it take for Venezuela to go from one of the richest, one of the richest Caribbean nations to absolute despair and complete poverty? Took them about 7 years. Once Hugo Chavez started nationalizing everything, and they went down the path of socialism. That's the closest example of what happens in a socialist country, and that's right on our back porch.
Yeah, that's what I said. Can't kill Santa Claus. But then I was glad to get my stimulus, but I told my wife, too, I said, somewhere down the line, it's got to be paid back. And people don't realize that. Who's going to be paying it back? Well, schmucks like myself and you and everybody else. And I don't know why there's a film over a lot of people's eyes that thinks that free is free. Free is not free. Someone had to work for it, or someone had to die for it. And I think we're in for some hard times the 4 years that's Biden in presidency. And I make a prediction right now. I don't think that Joe Biden will last 4 years.
Correct.
Somewhere in the 4 years, I think they will invite Article 25.
What they've been trying to do to President Trump? Yeah, the Article 25, the 25th, and because he won't be mentally.
Article 25 will be invoked.
Yep.
On Biden, and Kamala Harris will become president, and then we will see socialism in this country widespread. And it's, I don't know if it'll be bad as Nazi Germany, but it will be pretty bad. A lot of freedoms will be taken away, and a lot of unemployment. It's going to be bad. I do believe, Steve.
Yeah.
And I really fear for this nation. I pray for this nation, and I'm concerned. But on the other part, it's good to see that you're back on the. Oh, let me ask you this: How in the world, other than Facebook, how I came across you? How do you get your program across? How's it going out over the air?
Well, right now it's only on like YouTube. You can go to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, the Hot Shot Secret website, the Hot Shot Secret Facebook page, which that's probably what you're watching on. Yeah, you got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on, like I said, YouTube, and we're gonna. This is just our first week getting it started, but we're looking at moving to other, back to maybe some terrestrial facilities, and then also maybe satellite radio. So, Chris Gabrelchik he's got big plans to make this grow. He wants to make this the biggest trucking radio show in the history. So,
hey, I'm for it.
I don't know if I can fill those shoes or not, but we can sure as heck try.
Oh, sure you can. Yeah. I go back to the time with, what was it, the big three, Bill Mack, Bozo, and
Dave Nemo.
Dave Nemo. Yes, sir, buddy.
Yep.
Go back to those three big shows. And it covered everything across the nation except for that. Who was it out in that Casper, Wyoming for a while?
I don't remember who that was. Charlie Douglas did the thing out of Charlie Douglas did the show out of New Orleans, WWL, wasn't it? And I think
Charlie Douglas, right?
I think Nemo was the one that actually kind of followed him there out of New Orleans, wasn't it?
Out of Dave, followed Dave Nemo, right?
Right, and I think Dave
Bill Mack was out of
Dallas. Yep.
And Bozo out of Cincinnati, along with you.
Yeah.
And Dave Nemo and Charlie Douglas followed. Charlie Douglas followed Dave Nemo when Dave, or what? No, wait a minute.
It was Dave Nemo followed Charlie Douglas. Yeah, when Charlie went off. Yeah.
Right.
And then I think he started there in New Orleans or WWL and then moved to Nashville at WSM.
Yeah. Every once in a while you'd get WSM, but it wasn't all that blowtorch type of radio station. But I can see you going XM. Serious? That would work.
I know a lot of drivers are still using that. I mean, then again, more and more drivers are kind of getting accustomed to being able to use these platforms, the Facebook, the YouTube, because they don't have to pay a monthly fee. So, YouTube, I don't even know what satellite runs these days. I mean, it used to be $15 a month or something. I have no idea what it's at now. So, I think that's what it still is. Even driving the tour bus, I was using my cell phone and Pandora, and I had Sirius on it, but I would have my earplugs, plugged into the radio, listen to music or whatever going down the road. So, yeah. But I thought I'd call in and just say howdy ho. There you go. Well, one more question. You still contact our buddy Goodrich? You ever talk to Barry? Do you?
Yeah,
okay.
Me and Goodrich keeps in contact pretty regular. Talk to mechanic every once in a while, not a lot. He gets on me every time he calls me. I think I've tried to call him once or something and didn't get him. Didn't leave him a message or anything, but he'd call me and talk to mechanic every once in a while. But Good Ranch, Barry and I, we stand pretty well. I wouldn't say once a month or whatever, but
every so often,
we still, every so often,
Okay.
And those are about the only ones I keep up with from the old time, so to speak.
The old crew, yep. All right,
crew,
well, give John a big old hug. Tell him to stay out of trouble.
Hey, Steve?
Yes.
You know what? I gotta go now.
There you go. Maverick and John. There's a blast from the past, no doubt about it. Our number is 844-3388. Real quick before we get back to the calls, and I noticed we've been talking about ever since what unfolded in the nation's capital, right? From the very get-go, I didn't believe that this was all about Trump supporters pulling these kind of shenanigans. There may be, and undoubtedly, there is some supporters of Donald Trump that would be kind of radical enough, violent enough to pull off some of this kind of stuff. But I thought from the very start, the very onset, that some of these agitator groups, the likes of Antifa or these anti-government radical, were all kind of trying to blend in with that massive crowd. I mean, honestly, just think about, even if you go back to the protest over the summer, the BLM protest. You can go all the way back to right after Donald Trump was initially elected president. When he took office in 2017, they said, well, it's going to be an anti-Trump rally. But these groups show up, whether it's the gay pride group or the radical end of, the BLM, or the anti-government, you name the group, any group that has a cause, if they know there's going to be a gathering, they know there's going to be media. In other words, there's going to be cameras there. They show up. They have no intention of participating in whatever the particular event's supposed to be about. And I guarantee you that's what unfolded in part in our nation's capital. There was one arrested this past day, a well-known far left leaning radical. Hannity had that right out of the box as one of his top stories tonight. Well, lo and behold, dozens of individuals on the FBI's terror watch list were in Washington last week when the rioters breached the Capitol. How do you get on the FBI's terror watch list? We don't know if any of them were part of the arrested or whether they were inside the Capitol. The majority of those, and they're obviously using things like facial recognition and going back through video and camera and trying to match up individuals in the crowd. They said a majority of them were white supremacists. That report highlights the fissures in the handling of the riot by the Capitol Police and some of the pro-Trump supporters as they made their way past officers into the chamber. And, of course, the Pentagon offered to send National Guard troops prior to the breach, and the FBI said they warned Capitol Police of discussions of violence at Congress. They warned them on January the 5th. In other words, they had been forewarned. But as we witnessed, rioters were able to walk right into the legislative chambers in the lawmaker's office. The chief of the Capitol Police has now resigned. He knows they screwed up, as also has the sergeant of arms of both the House and the Senate. They had warnings. Pentagon says you may need some backup. You may need some National Guard troops there. No, we're all right. We got this. We got this covered. Now, the FBI has visited a number of the individuals on that watch list, or I should say, had visited prior to the event on January the 6th. All they could really do is tell them, don't go to the nation's capital. You're on a watch list. You can't be arrested or detained if you haven't committed a crime. So really all they can do is say, hey, look, we know that you're one of these agitators. We're asking or trying to tell you, don't go to the nation's capital. But they can't forcibly not allow them to, right? Dozens, obviously, did not listen to the FBI. Now, one official would not confirm or deny a person was on the terrorist watch list. We are committed to protecting the United States from terror threats and attacks, and we look to do this in a manner that protects the freedoms, the privacy, the civil rights, and the liberties of U.S. persons and other individuals, everybody that has rights under U.S. law. So, yeah, as I said, I don't know what you actually have to do to find your way on the terror watch list in this country. But again, there were dozens in our nation's capital last Wednesday on that list. I'm just thinking, rather than within a matter of days, just pointing the finger of blame, saying, this all happened because Donald Trump, he antagonized, he instigated, he told them to go down there and do this. We've got to impeach Donald Trump. It's all his fault. Why don't you just hang on a minute, slow down, get the facts, find out who these individuals were, who these individuals were incentivized by. There's a good chance they were incentivized by nothing to do with Donald Trump or his ideals, rather incentivized by other radical ideals. Find out who they are, didn't you? It's all about jumping to conclusions and, well, we've got to impeach Donald Trump right now. They don't even have the facts yet. We got a couple minutes before we get to top of the hour. We'll be wrapping up hour number one. We've also got a couple lines available at 844-844-3388. Back to, is this the Wyoming Mountain Man?
Yeah, how's it going, Steve?
Hi there.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, heck, I used to listen to you all the time, hauling water out to the oil fields and stuff. Oh, heck, I've been listening to you for a number of years. Well, now it's time for me to relax. I'm retired, and heck, I had to set the alarm just to get up and listen to you.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I just wanted to wave a hand saying, welcome back, and I'll try and be up in the middle of the night and listen to you.
Well, are you actually in Wyoming?
No.
Oh,
I was born and raised in Wyoming.
okay.
I'm out here in Somerset, Pennsylvania right now.
Oh, so you're in the east, so it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I was thinking, well, if you're in Wyoming, it's only like 10 o'clock, you know. I guess it would be 11 o'clock there.
Right.
That would be mountain time, yeah.
But yeah, heck, I've had 5 heart attacks and 2 strokes, so
Wow.
oops.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's good to hear from you, Wyoming
Yeah.
Mountain Man. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you found us, and you can join us again whenever you're up late at night. And
Okay, well, I'll be talking to you later on.
all right.
God bless.
All right, chime in whenever you like. There you go, the Wyoming Mountain Man. Yeah, of course, if he was in Wyoming, he'd probably be buried in snow right about now. That's after all the winds they've gone through. And what a week. When we come back, we'll get more on our travelers' weather. We know Southern California's been dealing with, we touched on it last evening, a terrible surge in coronavirus. Yeah, to go along with a warm, dry start to the new year. And now people in that part of the country are looking for almost a near summer-like warm-up, which is actually going to pose numerous other dangers. What kind of dangers? Well, that's what we'll break down for you coming up as we make our way into a Friday. Love to have you join us. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, just like that, we jump back in. Round number 2 here on a Friday. All right. So, Southern California. All right, so the coronavirus. Yeah, the big surge. We were talking last evening where they've got refrigerated trucks, hospitals overwhelmed, rampant spread once again. Yeah, of course, California is one of those states where they've also detected that new, much more contagious, the UK strain. I'm not aware of any states here in the U.S. Where they've discovered the other strain. The one from, South Africa. That one's supposed to be pretty nasty. May not even be impacted by the vaccine. They just don't know yet. Like the vaccines may not work. But much of the Southwest, you've been in the throes of big-time drought. It's been dry since the summer, and in many cases, quite a bit longer than that. This upcoming weather pattern that we're looking at is we're going to end the week and head into the weekend. It's not going to help the situation. It's a strong area of high pressure setting up over the west. And that's going to really begin to warm things up. Santa Ana winds are going to bring the highest temperatures to the region in Southern California. North to northeast winds began to strengthen this past day. And it's going to continue right through Friday, Saturday, Sunday, since many areas have had little or no rain since we started the new year. This is going to dry out any vegetation that has any moisture left. And given the strength of the winds with those dry conditions, you've got wind advisories. And yes, indeed, the red flag warnings are in effect. Just before 5 o'clock this past afternoon, a brush fire erupted in Ventura County. The fire department reported this fire was being pushed by winds out of the northeast and winds up to 50 miles per hour, according to the National Weather Service. Within 1 hour's time, that fire expanded to about 250 acres. Now, the fire department says they're completing containment lines around most of the fire. Hopefully, this one won't continue to grow. But while the warmth, the dryness, and the wind have already been staples of the weather in California. The mercury is going to be topping out at levels we haven't seen since back in the fall. And it's going to last right into the early portions of the weekend. And a matter of fact, since January is typically one of the coolest months of the year, these temperatures this weekend may actually be challenging some record highs there in California. Now, a typical temperature in downtown LA, mid-January, you'd be about 68 degrees. The high temperature is probably going to be into the mid-80s every day through the first half of the weekend. Highs into Saturday may be challenging records in LA. Friday is looking likely to tie the record of 85 degrees. Record high Saturday would be 86. Palm Springs, another of several locales where you're going to be approaching or breaking your daily high temperature record. Later today, as a matter of fact, Friday's record in Palm Springs had been unbroken for 45 years, while a forecast high of 88 degrees. The current record is 86. That was set back in 1976. Imagine that, 88 degrees. I mean, big time summer conditions on the 15th day of January. Other cities like San Diego will also endure highs 15 to 20 degrees above normal through at least today and Saturday. The most likely day for record highs, San Diego is going to be today as well. Forecast high of 82 degrees there would tie the record from back in 2014. Now, even in places where you're not breaking or tying records, anyone with outdoor plans, yeah, you got to be prepared for this unseasonable warmth. Yeah, looking to safely soak up the September-like warmth and sunshine, you got to keep well hydrated. Now, further complicating matters is the coronavirus pandemic, which is kind of spiraling out of control in California. Infections are spreading so quickly in Los Angeles County. According to the report, 10 people on average are testing positive for COVID-19 every minute, and one person dies of COVID every 6 minutes. That's LA County. Now, by Sunday, temperatures will be a bit lower. Widespread temperature readings in the 80s are still expected when you get away from the coast. Early next week, you'll see a big pattern change, and temperatures drop much closer to where they should be this time of year. Now, there's even the potential for some desperately needed rain. Details not clear at this time, and it's not a certainty, far from a certainty. But what does appear likely is a high-wind Santa Ana event that may create some extreme fire danger early next week. So right on the heels of the warm-up, another Santa Ana wind event there in Southern California. Great to have you with us here on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, Bourbon Street, Gary.
How's it going, brother?
All right. What's been going on?
Not much. Working the new job. Same as you, huh?
How's that going? You're out there all by your lonesome now, right? No, nobody teaming with you.
No, sir, but home every night. It's great. I stayed up late tonight just to call in.
I see that. Well, I appreciate that. Now, what time of the day do you start your job? You start pretty early, or you start like midday, or?
I start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'm home usually by about 7 o'clock at night.
Not bad, not bad.
That's okay. It's really good. It's easy. It's easy job. It's great.
So when you get home in the evenings, Becky got you a hot meal on the table, ready for dinner?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah. And by the way, she's watching on her phone. You're supposed to wave hi to her.
Hi, Becky.
Because we didn't know if that's really you or if it's like a drone Steve
Right.
Sommers.
Is it live or is it Memorex? Oh, it's live.
There you go.
Hey, your show has sounded great. I listen, like I say, I listen on the podcast, and it makes I get from the house to where I got to go in Kentucky, and I listen to your show the whole way, and I get there, and then the worst thing about it, Steve, I used to listen to you overnight when I was driving nights, but now I get out there and it's half my day is over, but I still got to drive back home and I'm tired. I'm ready for bed.
Yeah.
But no, it sounds great. Everything looks good. Studio looks awesome.
Yep, I like this.
Oh, Chris Gabrelchek and Hot Shot Secrets. That's a big thumbs up to them guys for bringing you back to us all.
Well, it's great to hear from you. I'm glad the new job's working out, daytime things. So you're actually out there playing in a lot more traffic than you used to drive in, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. It's not too bad. The only big city I deal with is Louisville, and it's not real bad.
Okay. Now, are you like on a designated thing? You do the same thing, day after day after day, or does it change?
Nope, same thing every day.
All right.
That's great. It's a good company to work for, and so far I'm happy as could be.
So it won't take long before you can just put your truck on autopilot. You'll know every nook and cranny of the road. Just tell it to go for you.
Pretty well. Yep. No, everything's going good.
All right.
I'm like I say, I'm glad you're back out there and doing your thing. And it's like I say, since I've been listening on the podcast, the show sounds great.
Now, I know you guys are the big the cruise aficionados. You had all your cruises canceled in 2020. I think Scott or somebody was telling me last night that they were talking to. I think maybe it was Tim Jim was telling me they were talking to Lisa up there at the travel agency, and she made it sound like she doesn't think they're going to be cruising until maybe like late this year. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, well, actually, we've got one booked where we're going to go out in New Orleans and be out for New Year's Eve.
So all the way at the end of the year, okay.
Yeah, we didn't want to try and book one earlier than that because we had one scheduled and it was an 8-day, and well, they're not doing 8 days. They cut them back to 7 and 6 and shorter cruises, but that's where we're at.
All right. So you're going to have to find some other form of entertainment for the summer, huh?
Well, July 4th, I think we're going to Cincinnati.
Are you?
Yeah, there's the Sommers Resort.
There you go. We could blow up the neighborhood,
I heard it
right?
has a nice swimming pool.
Yeah, well,
there you go.
If it's still standing, yeah, it's not bad.
All right.
All right. Well, good to hear from you.
It's great talking to you.
Thanks for checking in, Gary. And again, tell Becky hello. I waved out of there. She should have caught that. So.
All right, Steve. You take care. We'll be talking to you again.
Thank you much. Old Bourbon Street Gary. There you go, about 15 past the hour. That frees up another line. It's 844-844-3388. Are you ready for your first drone delivery? The Federal Aviation Administration has kind of released new, what they're calling looser rules for flying drones over highly populated areas, and even at nighttime, effectively kind of putting out the welcome mat for aerial deliveries, or maybe even takeout food, Amazon packages, prescription drugs, you name it. Now, why this matters? The prospects of like Jetson-style convenience with less street gridlock is kind of tantalizing. There's still a lot of logistical hurdles. It's going to take some time for cities to figure out how to manage low-altitude air traffic as routinely as they do the road traffic today. But kind of driving the news is the FAA rules that were handed down late in December that will require drones flying over cities to use remote identification technology so people on the ground can tell what they're doing and who owns it. This safety and security system will amount to a kind of what they call a digital license plate for drones. With a single announcement, the Federal Aviation Administration is formally pivoting from approving case-by-case exemptions for urban drone flying to setting more like broad safety standards that they've been looking for a long time. The industry has. The new rules are going to replace some of the stringent protections that currently bar practically all home delivery options. And this is going to take an effect in about 2 months, according to the Wall Street Journal. So cities like Los Angeles have just started trying to prepare the people for these changes. Some think it'll be kind of disrupted or unanticipated weirdness that the era of drone delivery is going to bring. The mayor announcing what they're calling the Urban Air Mobility Partnership to get people used to seeing unusual flying things in the sky. A company called Urban Movement Labs, kind of leading the way, a year-long effort to educate and engage the people around what will be these low-noise electric aircraft expected to fly in the skies. It's still going to probably be 2 years, probably about 2023, so it's not happening like overnight, but the plan involves building a demonstration vertiport where people can try out some of these newfangled things. It's not just L.A. On a national level, the National League of Cities has formed a panel of 25 cities and towns that are going to advise the government on trying to integrate drones into their communities around the country. The mayor of Fort Collins, Colorado, is going to represent urban interest by serving on the FAA's Drone Advisory Committee. Then the World Economic Forum, in collaboration with Garcetti's office, has developed what they're calling 7 principles of the urban sky to help cities consider how to best integrate drones. So this whole drone industry is gaining some maturity at a very rapid pace, and they think society, with the right amount of education, will be embracing and supporting the new technology. I don't know. I think that depends on what part of the country you're in. I know some of these good old boys down south is pull out the shot. Give me the shotgun, Ethel. I don't like that thing flying over my property. Horse feathers.
Hey, morning, Steve. Yeah, that was going to be my thought. There is that they're going to be target practice. They're not going to be delivery. They're just target practice flying over.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I could shoot that, I say, look, they got a Papa John's up there. I'm going to shoot that. I got free dinner. Hell yeah.
There you go. See, I was wondering how you're going to get a good meal out of it. But yeah, you get one that's delivering something like that. There you go. Maybe you got one that delivers from the local bar. It's got 6 packs of Miller Lite.
Right.
There you go. You think they'd have buckets? You think they'd have buckets so they'd already be on ice? Maybe they could pull that one off. Keep them refrigerated. Maybe they got dry ice or something. They keep your beer cold for you when they deliver it to you.
That's hecky.
But anyways, hey, I was kind of wondering there. I heard Knucklebuster there on the other day there serenading you in that. And I was kind of surprised. I thought maybe he was going to sing that great old tune there from Buck Owens there, Together Again.
Yeah.
You know how that's a classic staple for the trucking radio. And but anyways, are you going to do anything with any type of bumper music at all, or are you just kind of going to let everything just hang the way it is right now?
I mean,
I didn't know if you're going to try to use
any
trucking songs. I mean,
I think in time we'll probably bump up to some additional stuff. We've got everything set up to be as kind of as easy, kind of generic. Yeah, to not rack my brain learning how to do things, but as I get more comfortable and settled in, yeah, we'll be doing some additional things. We'll be adding things on. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now with Facebook and YouTube right now, is there any issue with royalties at all? I mean, if you played something right now, would that have any interference with would you guys be responsible for royalties and logging and all that stuff with with the Facebook and YouTube platform?
I don't.
I know it'll all change if you.
I don't think with the Facebook and YouTube, but as soon as you hit terrestrial, the royalty thing kicks in, and I don't know. There's differing opinions. They've had the lawyers looking into it. My understanding always was, even like for terrestrial radio, the previous job, where we'd use the different bumpers, the famous hit songs. When Eddie Van Halen died, we played Van Halen bumpers all night long. Yeah, my understanding was you got like if you play less than 30 seconds, you don't have to worry about royalties. Another guy in the biz said that it's actually less than a minute. You can play up to 59 seconds and not have to worry about it. So I'm not exactly sure of all that good stuff, but yeah, some of that will probably be coming with the show in time.
All right. Well, we'll be looking forward to hearing Webb Pierce then.
Oh boy, yeah, right. How about the voice of old Maverick and John? Wasn't that a blast from the past?
Yeah, hey, I was going to ask there, if Maverick had been driving the tour bus there, and I guess that slowed down. But is John the Monkey? Is he still got that tri-motor Ford? Does he still fly that plane around that tri-motor Ford at all? Do you know?
I don't know.
So
I meant
talking about that.
I meant to ask him if John had his Zebra in the Kentucky. See, but everything was screwed up with the COVID, so I don't think he got to ride the Zebra in the Derby this year.
And then with all the dates being messed up, I don't even know if John knew which date to go to Kentucky.
Yeah.
To go to Louisville for, to go to the Derby with that. That would be going to Lexington, not Louisville, would he? You'd be really screwed up. You went to Louisville to try to ride in the Derby. But yeah. So, anyways, it's kind of just checking out, see if you were on tonight. I know how you like your Fridays off there, so I didn't know if you'd started your 4-day work week yet or how that was going to go. But I guess you got to be there a couple of weeks to get some vacation time, don't you?
Would you think?
Well, I don't know. Some places there, you get 2 weeks of vacation right when you start, and then other places they want you to work for a little bit before you get your vacation.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, there. But now just tease you a little bit. But no, it's been good there, and as I say, I've been using the YouTube there because I don't associate with Facebook, and so it's worked out good. I don't know. I kind of linked in with the Hotshot Secret page there. I went to the Hotshot Secret page and subscribed to that, and you come up on that. But so do you actually come up somewhere else on YouTube? Do you have your own page on YouTube too, as well, or?
Right now,
or is it just through the Hotshot Secret?
Right now, it's through the Hotshot Secret. Here's what we've got to get people to go to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and subscribe. I think it is. You got to get like a 1,000 likes or 1,000 subscribes, and then you can start running live. So I think right now the podcast, like once the show ends, you could listen back. Like tomorrow, you can listen to this morning show through that site, but you can't go live until you get like 1,000 subscribers.
All right. Well, I'll have to go searching that then because I've only done it on the Hotshot Secret page, and I get to watch you live on the Hotshot Secret page, and of course all the previous shows are there on their page as well. So if you want to go back, they're all there too. So,
right.
But I'll have to go find your page on YouTube then as well. I didn't realize you had a separate page. So
yeah, as of a couple nights ago,
anyways,
because we haven't really been talking about it much. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and we've got a page on Facebook and a page on YouTube. We've got well over 1,000. On Facebook, but the YouTube, I think most people are going to the Hotshot Secret website and watching us via that and whatnot. But yeah, we got to subscribe. It doesn't cost you anything. Just click on subscribe, and when we hit that 1,000 mark that we need, well, we'll be able to be live on that page as well.
Yeah, the biggest problem I had to be able to subscribe is I had to be logged into my Google site, my Google account with YouTube, because I guess Google owns YouTube or something somehow. And so, of course, I don't remember the email, so I have to change the password to get a new thing for a password and have them send it to me. So I get all that done, get it all set up, and I'm good with going into YouTube and signing up and all that, doing everything I need. And doesn't it turn around, my Gmail's all screwed up because I've changed my password because of the Google for YouTube. So now my Gmail's all screwed up, so I can't get my emails.
Oh, boy.
It's like, just one thing goes and interferes with something else. It's like, well, why can't you just leave one thing alone? But then, you got 3 different devices, so now the email's all screwed up on 3 different devices as well. And then, of course, the other half there, she uses it too, and now I've screwed up her stuff. And so you know what I heard about that?
You got a Dumbass of the Week nomination, right?
She goes, just because you want to listen to Steve doesn't mean you have to screw everything up. And I'm like, well, I wasn't trying to. And I was almost thinking about trying to throw Steve under the bus. But
thanks
I
a bunch.
do that.
Yeah, what are friends for? Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. So anyways, now I held you back a little bit, but anyways, but I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you there. The Maryland governor did tell everybody that you're not welcome to come to the State House, and especially if you do, for some reason, decide to come to the State House, to not bring guns, because you'd be even less welcome if you brought a gun, and they'll have plenty of National Guard and state troopers there to welcome you if you do show up.
Wow.
They're anyways, and I guess he's planning on going and being in person with Joe Biden in D.C., so I guess what are neighbors for? So
yeah, good
anyways,
times. Good times.
I'm just gonna keep going around the outside and close my eyes and try to ignore them all. So other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you. So you have yourself a fine rest of the show and good weekend, and we'll chat at you on Monday maybe.
All righty. Well, look forward to it. You do the same. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Horse Feathers.
The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available exclusively on Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook, and more coming soon. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available exclusively on Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook, and more coming soon.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Down on a Friday. Good to have you with us, TGIF. And for some, payday. Yeah, for you get paid every week, Friday. Those who get paid on the 15th, hey, it's the 15th. Don't blow it all in one night, right? Pulled up the weather advisory page. You get your wind advisories, winter storm warnings, all that fun stuff. And still, the high wind warnings. I mean, central portions of the country, but yeah, the central northern two-thirds. I mean, we're talking from North Dakota, South Dakota, throughout the entire, all of Nebraska, the majority of Kansas, high wind warnings for western Oklahoma, and wind advisories for the rest of Oklahoma, I mean the entire state. You've got wind advisories through much of Arkansas, down into northern Louisiana, and down into eastern and central and eastern portions of Texas. Windy, windy, windy. I don't think you're going to see none of that 120 mile an hour gust stuff. Then the blizzard warnings, which are in place, stretching from eastern portions of South Dakota, southern Minnesota, about the western, almost western two-thirds of Iowa, easternmost reaches of Nebraska. From there, winter weather advisories extending all the way up to the U.S.-Canada border, much of Wisconsin, eastern Iowa, much of Missouri under winter weather advisories from this big storm system. Then we were talking last hour about the winds. You've got actually red flag warnings in place in Southern California. There's also even some red flag warnings in south central Oklahoma and the adjoining counties there in north central Texas, where they haven't really seen the precip. It's been very dry, but they've got the winds, so conditions are favorable for wildfires igniting there. I got plenty of room for you if you want to join us here on a Friday. Love to hear from you. Some of our, maybe some new listeners with this new platform, you've got the possibility of reaching many, many people that we may have never reached before. And of course, as we're hearing from some of those old timers that have been watching closely and following with us, I surely do appreciate everyone that comes to join us here for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. And yes, there is a Steve Summers Overnight Drive page on YouTube. That's where you need to go and subscribe, so we can get, once we get 1,000 subscribers, then we could actually be broadcasting there live as well. Right now for YouTube, you're correct. You can only catch us on the Hot Shot Secret YouTube page, because their page has been around for a long time, and they've got thousands and thousands of subscribers there. And we're going to probably in the coming months be trying to share some of the, of course, they do their Hot Shot Secret Live every Thursday from 1:30 in the afternoon. Typically, it's about an hour-long show. And, interviewing some of the race drivers, and you'll find some really entertaining stuff on the Hot Shot Secret. If you're on the YouTube page watching this program, just kind of scroll through it when the show's over and check out some of the other programming and content they have there. Lots of great stuff. All right, it's 844-3388, and I'll have to get up here, and I'm not sure who it is. I think the screener. It says Jingle. Who might it actually be?
No, this is Eagle. I don't know why I got it messed up.
Yeah, you got you. They thought you said Jingle, Eagle.
Yeah, a computer. I don't know. That's the first time it's done that. I've been calling all week and it didn't have no problem with your computer system. But I must. You got to be. You know how these computers are nowadays. I've heard other callers say the same thing, that it messes up their names too. So you got to get the bugs out of the system. But yeah, I want to talk about a couple other things tonight, Steve. First of all, I want to say, the trucking business, for me at least, and I know a few other people I've talked to, is going real good right now. I just left California yesterday, headed back to the East Coast, headed back towards Pennsylvania. So I got some serious miles to drive. So that's good. There's plenty of money to be made right now. Hopefully things will stay good like that. I had a good 2020. Hopefully 2021 will be just as good. Maybe one of these days I'll be able to save up enough money to buy me a truck. But for now, I'm happy driving for somebody else and let them pay all the bills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the way to go nowadays. I don't have to pay nothing. Well, I'm a company driver. They pay for all the fuel and insurance, taxes, whatever else, tolls. I ain't got to spend a dime out of my pocket. So I'm just rolling down the highway, making easy money right now. So that's the way it needs to be. But I'm glad that I'm not headed towards Washington, D.C. From what I've been seeing, I've been watching the news the last couple of days, and Washington, D.C. is like a military base right now. The whole city is locked down. They got 7-foot fences, 20,000 military. They said they got more military. I don't know if you heard this, Steve. You might can look it up. I heard on the radio they got more military in Washington, D.C. than they got in Pakistan or Afghanistan, a war zone. That's right. They got more military there than they do in overseas.
I think that's true. That's a true fact, Eagle. Yes.
Yeah, they got the whole damn city locked down, and they got to be safe. You can't take no chances because the whole world is going to be watching. This inauguration of Joe Biden on January the 20th. I don't know how it's going to take place, but a lot of people's eyes are going to be on the D.C. to see what happens, and hopefully everything goes smoothly. We don't need no more problems. So I'm glad that they did it this way. Hopefully, things will go smooth, and Donald Trump and Mike Pence and all the other people, they'll make their way, back to their homes, after peacefully, and leave the White House and maybe make a run for it in 4 years. That's the best. Everybody leave out on good terms. It's enough hatred has been spread. We all live in the same country. Things don't get totally out of control now. You got Democrats hating Republicans hate. We all live in the same country. At some point, we have to come together as a unit. We have something out there that's more deadly than anything. We have this coronavirus that's completely out of control, Steve. I talked to you about this last night. They were saying that California was the number one hot spot. And then as I was driving through Arizona today, and that made me speed up even more when I heard that. They said that Arizona is the number one hot spot for the coronavirus. Now, more people are dying. More people are checking in the hospitals with the deadly coronavirus. So that made me get the hell out of Arizona as quickly as possible. I'm no longer in Arizona as we speak. But it's a very dangerous situation. And now, I'd like for you to try to focus on this tonight. Maybe you can check on it. They saying now that they got these new variants of this virus coming out from England. Right. And now they claim they got another one coming from South Africa. Yeah. Now I heard something else on the radio today that they got one coming out of Brazil. This virus is mutating. Hopefully, they said that this new variant of this stuff it's spreading very more easily, but they say that it's not more deadly. That's the main thing. Hopefully, this virus does not become more deadlier. That's the main thing that I'm concerned with at this point. You know something, Steve. When I first talked to you last year, when this virus first come out, I hate to say what I'm about to say right now. I thought that there was going to be an end to this virus. I'm talking about, a bright light at the end of the tunnel. But as I look at things and as I listen to these different doctors and scientists around the world, it's not a pretty picture of what the future is. I even heard one doctor say yesterday, and I hope that he wasn't telling the truth. He said that he sees no end to this virus.
Right.
That this is going to be with us. This is going to be with us for a long time. That's a scary situation when you hear a professional doctor saying that he sees no end to this virus. I don't like the way that sounds. So the only thing I can tell people at this point is to make sure you wear a mask and to make sure you do everything you can, stay distance away from people, and try to be safe as possible, because this is not a joke. This is not a game. By the end of the month, they saying that we could have up to 5,000 people dying a day. We already don't set a record on Monday and Tuesday of this week. Over 4,000 individuals died in the USA of the virus. And with all the people that was traveling for the holiday season, infecting their relatives and family members, that number is only going to go up. In a matter of weeks, we might be hitting 5,000 deaths in one day. Now, that's not good, and that's not good at all.
Yeah.
So we have to come together as America and stop fighting each other over this politics and all that. We have something that's way more deadlier than politics. We have the virus to take care of, and come together as a unit as Americans and fight this virus so people can stop losing their lives. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Well, that frees things up. Lines are wide open. It's 844-3388. Yeah, we did touch on that last evening, these mutations that are taking place. And this is what viruses do. It's not something new. You've got the strain first identified in South Africa. And I think, for as much as I don't really care for Dr. Fauci for several reasons, but he's still like the go-to guy for the mainstream media when they're asking about the virus. And he says the mutated, more infectious strain, first identified in South Africa, is disturbing, in his words, and could pose a threat to antibody treatments that are trying to prevent people from falling seriously ill. New strains first identified in the UK and South Africa, causing concern among scientists who say these mutated variants are highly infectious, although at least at this point they don't appear to be any deadlier compared to the previous strain. So far, they say there's no evidence that these mutations at this point are altering the effectiveness of the current vaccines. However, there is some concern that the variant found from South Africa might be more resistant to the monoclonal antibodies, which have helped fight the virus when you get it early in the infection. Speaking with health experts in South Africa, Fauci said preliminary data showed that there's more of a threat this strain could evade some of the protections that the antibody treatments give. It could be having some impact on protection from the antibodies and perhaps even the vaccine. We just don't know that right now. Now, he added researchers in labs at the Institutes of Health and all across the country are rapidly trying to determine the possible impact of this strain that they found in South Africa. People ask me, are you worried about it? Well, these are not the kind of things I worry about, but it's the kind of thing that I do take very seriously. As viruses spread, they're expected to mutate over time. The spikes on the surface change. Yeah, that's That's the official info from the CDC. This particular variant, 501Y.V2. This one got its name, found in the spike protein that the virus uses to gain entry into cells of your body. That mutation is also in the UK variant that they identified last month. While both variants in the UK and South Africa kind of share the mutation, they are both different. Fauci had previously said the mutated COVID variants may actually pose a risk to the therapeutics. Now, unlike vaccines, they trigger an immune response that attack different parts of the virus. Monoclonal antibodies actually target a very specific component. Eli Lilly's chairman said earlier this week he expects their company's antibody treatment to be effective against the variant found in the UK, although the one in South Africa, that may be more of a challenge. Eli Lilly's drug was the one given emergency authorization back in November and was followed by another drug from Regeneron, things that they're using to try to treat people when they end up in the hospital with the COVID. Now, from the very beginning, we've been told that the COVID attacks the lungs. And there's a trauma surgeon in the state of Texas, Brittany Kendall, who says it's a rarity that any of her COVID-19 patients' x-rays come back without incredible scarring to the lungs. In one of her Twitter posts, she says, post-COVID lungs look worse than any type of terrible smoker's lung that we've ever seen. You've been a smoker for 30 years. A non-smoker, after COVID, their lungs look worse than that. Everyone's just so worried about the mortality thing. And yes, that's terrible. It's awful. But man, all these survivors and people who've tested positive, this is going to be a problem. Like many, she has treated thousands of patients since this all started unfolding. Well, of them, she tells Local News 11, those who have had COVID-19 symptoms show a severe chest x-ray every time. And those who were asymptomatic show a severe chest x-ray 70 to 80% of the time. So even people who showed no symptoms, apparently the virus is really tearing up your lungs. There are still people who say, I'm fine, I don't have any issues. You pull up their chest x-ray, and they absolutely have a bad chest x-ray. Now, they've got photographs, a normal lung, and then smoker's lung, and then they've got COVID-19 lung. And looking at the photos, it's like, wow, it is a night and day. The healthy lungs are clean. Black represents the air. In the smoker's lung, there's a bunch of white lines. That's indicative of scarring and congestion. COVID-19 lungs, they're just filled with that white scarring. You'll either see a lot of that white, dense scarring, or you'll see it throughout the entire lung. And if you're not feeling problems now, the fact that that's on your chest x-ray, it is definitely indicative you're going to have problems later, she says. She said it's too early to know the extent of the impact on the body. Will that scarring begin to heal over time, or is it permanent damage? A question that they say they don't have an answer to. However, she said it's important if you're experiencing shortness of breath after you recover from the COVID-19, you got to get in touch with your primary care doctor. And like I said, looking at those photographs, it's like, wow. Big time difference. Smoker's lung, even versus the COVID-19 lung. And what amazes me is people that I guess they've got the antibody test and said, oh, yeah, you've had the COVID. And they say, well, I didn't even know I had it. I never showed any asymptomatic, had no idea. But when they did have it, this thing was ravaging their lungs, unbeknownst to them. Thanks so much to China for hooking us up with that, right? All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Plenty of room for you. Lines available on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. National Guard in our nation's capital. Yes, yeah, Eagle, the number is in excess of 21,000. Now, between the Park Police, the Capitol Police, the D.C. Police, I mean, there are thousands of officers for Washington, D.C. on any given day. In other words, the amount of law enforcement troops, support, backup, it's something pretty much we've never seen. This is, last night they mentioned you got to go all the way back to the Civil War. The last time we'd seen this many military personnel there at the nation's capital. But you've probably by now seen the images of all these Guard members sprawled out in hallways and on the floor, on the cold floor, trying to get some rest, trying to sleep. A couple of lawmakers sent a letter yesterday pleading with the Army, hey, we need cots for the troops, according to military.com. House Appropriations Committee Chair Representative Rosa DeLaura of Colorado and the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee member Betty McCollum of Minnesota asking Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy for enough cots for all Guard troops assigned to protect the Capitol. They're pulling 12-hour shifts, security shifts, and they can rest or sleep when they're not on duty. They're not to sleep at the Capitol, however. They are able to get a hotel room. Still, that visual of the National Guard sprawled out on the cold floors in the visitor center, prompting legislators to take action yesterday. After the events we saw January the 6th, we're grateful to have troops assisting to protect our Capitol, they say. We are disappointed, though, to see in a variety of images via the media, the Guard personnel taking breaks or resting on the floor of the Capitol. Staff were on the call with the Vice Chief of Staff, General Joseph Martin, and understand that not all Guard personnel currently have any sort of secured lodging. The Army's considering maybe utilizing the convention center there in D.C. To set up cots for some lodging, right? With the uncertainty for needed rest and recoup time kind of in flux, and to ensure that the Guard members are fully able to execute their protective mission, we urge you to make available cots or other equipment. I mean, when they rolled into D.C., did no one think of where they're going to sleep? Or, I don't know, for those of you, because I never spent time in the military, I know that in many cases when you're out there on the front lines, out on the battlefield, in a foreign country, we've seen the photos. They dig a hole and they lay down. They sleep on the dirt, right? Is this any different? This is kind of an active duty mission for a few days, and maybe this is just the norm. I guess you tell me. It's 844-844-3388. Let's get back up to Bass Ackwards is going to join us tonight, and I think they actually got your name right.
Who's that, Steve?
Well, Bass Ackwards.
You got my name right?
Well, that's what it says. Is that not you?
Well, I hope I didn't make an ass of myself last night when I called in.
Well, no.
Hey, I listened to you on the other side too when you was over at the other deal. When unfortunately they got rid of you, but that's their loss as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, I start driving days now because the wife wants to drive, nights. So I don't get to listen to you very often. But when I do get an opportunity, when the time comes around, I take advantage of it. And I'm home right now. I'm out here at my summer home. I close it down in the winter. And I come out here to check it out and make sure things are right. Because I'm off the road right now for a few days. And I got friends out here. So I come out here and have a little good time. I said, you know what? I got to go out and sit in the car for a while. I said, why? I said, well, damn it, I don't get to talk to Steve Sommers for a long time, And they said, well, who the hell's that? Well, I said, I'll tell you a story later. But I come out here and I sit in the car. I said, well, I got to call Steve Sommers. But anyway, here I am. This story that you were just talking about, about the Capitol and all that, don't you think that got a bunch of drama queens in there that this stuff is getting so far out of hand? It just don't make sense to me. I just don't feel comfortable with this. I just think the Democrats is overreaching. I think they got a lot of power. They got more power than the Republicans because the Republicans ain't got no ass to do anything. All the stuff that Obama done when he was in there, using the IRS and investigate this and that.
Right.
And we had a lot of ammunition against him, and not one Republican showed up and done anything. Okay, Trump is not an easy guy to like. I know he's got that New York attitude, but I have to, he does. Trump shoots himself in the foot a lot. But I have to say this, Steve, for the guy. The man actually got damn stuff done. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And
he did.
Absolutely. And I think we are losing a good one. And I think this is the last. After him, I don't ever think that we'll get another one like him. And I think we are screwed. I just don't feel comfortable in this country anymore. There's a lot of conspirators out there, and there's a lot of stuff on Facebook. It just makes me feel uncomfortable. But things just don't seem right. I think the Democrats are overreaching, and they're going crazy, Steve. It's just the way I look at it.
I think we were all kind of forewarned in those weeks after the November election that if the Democrats win those 2 Senate seats in the state of Georgia, that it's a world of change. There's no longer any sort of a firewall or a checks and balance because they now have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And the warning we got was their agenda is going to immediately be changing the rules. Wait and see. Are they going to pack the court? Yep, they're gonna pack the Supreme Court. They're going to make those changes. Get ready for, it may not be AOC's Green New Deal, but get ready for all kinds of new environmental regulations, emission regulations, coal, which Trump was trying to help coal survive. Fracking, how many jobs are going to be gone in the fracking biz? In short order, we'll probably no longer be the world's #1 oil producer like we've been, thanks to Donald Trump. At some point over the next 4 years, I honestly believe many will kind of rue the day when they cast their ballot on election day. They'll be sorry. And I don't know. Maybe or maybe not. Maybe their distaste, their disdain, their absolute hatred of Donald Trump is so big that they'd just as soon watch the whole damn country fall apart rather than have Donald Trump in the White House. I think that it's sad, but I think there are a number of people that are that off the rail.
Well, Steve, I'll tell you what. I run from North Carolina, South Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia. I run west. I go to either California or I go to Arizona, and I come back. That's all we do, me and my wife. We both drive. And when I come through Texas, Odessa, Midland, I see nothing but Trump signs. And I'm going to tell you, these fuel prices are down. And them Democrats out there, I want to tell you something. You come back and tell me if I'm wrong or right. Them prices are going to go back up because they do not like fracking. They don't like none of that stuff. And these prices are going to go back up. And there's nobody to blame because they got the House, they got the Senate, they got the executive branch. Who they going to point fingers at, Steve?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Who they going to point fingers at? It's all on them now. So it's their baby now. So I don't want to hear the crying or the bitching because it's on now. Now, people's going to get really pissed off. And I'm telling you what's coming next. They're going to start trying to take their guns and ammo. It's coming. Because they're going to try to control us. And I don't want to really get way out there and depress people and think I'm a big conspirator because I'm not one of them guys. But this is not looking good to me. But anyway, to get off the other bad stuff, and I want to congratulate you on your new show and thank Hot Shot Secrets because I do have the Stiction Eliminator in my garage, and I did put that in my 350 Ford Dually, and it did straighten that little baby out. It's not crying no more. I want to thank them for bringing you aboard, Steve, because you have taught us a lot out there.
Well.
And before I get off of here, I want to ask you a couple more questions because I'm new to get on here. I'm just using this number that you gave me so I can talk to you. So I don't get the opportunity to talk to you from here on out because my wife does most of the night driving, and she is the boss, Steve.
Okay.
And and you know what I'm saying, Steve. But anyway, have you how about the old timers? Are they getting connected with the show yet?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
Ranger.
Yes.
Ranger calling in, or Monkey Gouger, or Redneck Redneck. Any of them calling in? Or are they hooked on it yet? Or what's going on?
We've heard from all but the end. Yeah, we've heard from Lone Ranger called the very first night. Monkey Gougers called once or twice. Big Ed. We heard from Maverick here earlier tonight. Maverick and John, and yeah,
actually Maverick is
yes,
still around?
and that's something I was really surprised to look up and see that. And yeah, he's out there. He was listening tonight. So.
Oh my God, he's probably still out there. He's retired. He's out there doing that part-time stuff.
I asked him about that. He had been driving a bus, and he said with the whole COVID thing, he's pretty much just officially retired. He doesn't want to be out there at his age and whatnot with all those people on the bus. So he's pretty much fully retired, he said. But it was sure good to hear his voice, and I'm hoping to hear from many of the other. Did he call you old timers? I think he did. All right, as we've wrapped up hour number 2, I'm actually a little bit behind, but seeing as we're on this format, I could do whatever I want, at least for the moment. It's about 5 past the hour. We will get a quick break in here. It's 844-844-3388. Remember now, it's Friday morning. You're supposed to help me get through the night like I do you. Love to hear from you. Jump on board. We return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Oh, that's my cue. Get back in there. On the job on a Friday. Ready for the weekend? Here it comes. All right. Let's see. I pulled up the Mega Millions. I hadn't bought any tickets yet. Next drawing is tonight. Friday night. Boy, they had a bunch of people that matched all 5 of the white balls, but missed the Mega Ball for Tuesday's drawing. Winners in numerous states. And Well, I think you get $1 million. I'll take that $1 million to match the 5, and but just missed that big one by that much. Well, that's why the odds are whatever it is, 300 and some million to 1. But tonight's jackpot is $750 million. Boy, I believe that's up to number 2, second largest jackpot in history. And if memory serves, last time we got up to numbers like that, the frenzy was on. Everyone ran out buying tickets for that drawing, and that's when didn't it get close to $1 million? Very close to $1 billion. I'm sorry. I think that was the biggest. I have to double check whatever the biggest in history was, but that's a big one. Mega Millions tonight. All right. For as many people as we understand don't want to get the COVID vaccine, concerns about the safety, concerns about the future, possible impacts further down the line, a year from now, 2 years from now. Apparently, there's an awful lot of people that are anxious to get the vaccine. And that's bore out by what happened in Brooklyn, I guess this past evening, Thursday night, as hundreds of New Yorkers rushed to a Brooklyn location because, like via social media, there was a rumor that vaccines were being made available to people, anyone 18 years or older. It was a false report. The mayor's office had to dispatch city workers to the Brooklyn Army Terminal to break up the crowd that had gathered after those rumors circulated on social media saying that there are vaccines that are soon to expire, and they're making them available to anyone. First come, first served. Mayor says there's not available vaccine for people that do not have an appointment. This was misinformation. This notification did not come from the government. We're sending people to the Brooklyn Army Terminal to ask people that are in line to go home if you don't have an appointment. Some of the images and messages being shared via Twitter, Facebook, the WhatsApp, said the Brooklyn Armory had 410 plus doses available to anyone in the community, again, ages 18 and older. Adding to the confusion in the situation where some people saying the site previously had set up a line for walk-ins. Come on. Now, every now and then there might be a vial with an extra dose or someone doesn't show up for their appointment, so those sites are ready to form a line in the event that something like that were to happen. But there was a long line of people on the sidewalks and then cars filling the street. Then there was a video clip tweeted out about 5:30 in the afternoon. And then a little more than a half hour later, the Post found that bumper-to-bumper traffic for 8 blocks in either direction from that terminal, hundreds of people lining up the street in front of the building. Boy, oh boy. Someone having to do with the site came and said it was very reasonable that we were going to get our shots, but we didn't. After police showed up and told people they needed to leave, this one girl that was in line said a security guard let her and 9 other people in through a gate, only to have the police deny them their entry. She said, "This is very frustrating. I was waiting for 2 hours. I don't even know if this is legit." All right. Right now, like in New York, only healthcare workers, teachers, police, and what they refer to as frontline workers, and people over the age of 65 are eligible to get vaccine shots. And again, that is in New York State. But there you go. Word spreads like wildfire. Just because you see it on social media doesn't mean it's true. We've all learned that. Get back to our calls here on a Friday, and it looks like it's the heat wave.
Yes, it is. Good morning, Senor. How are you this morning?
You know what it says on my screen?
Oh, please tell me.
It says it's the heat wave. I can't believe it.
Well, I didn't say I can't believe it. I said just nothing in specific.
No, it actually says
it's
the heat
mind.
wave,
I'm good.
nothing in specific. Yeah, but yeah, that's what it says. But yeah, it actually says it's the heat wave. It got you. It understood your voice this morning.
Well, I guess because I enunciated and saying, "Oh, by the way, it's the heat wave." It technology these days. Well, I know I wasn't supposed to call until Monday, but we had a slight emergency here. My daughter's pug decided it was going to go do something stupid and swallowed something, so we had to go to the emergency veterinarian services and figure out what it is. And well, they're a little stumped, but the little shice hasn't gotten any worse. In fact, she's probably gotten a little better. So, well, with that going on, I'm just I'm keyed up right now. So I need to harass you a little bit so I can sleep well tonight. Well, I tell you what, hang on just a second. Let's figure out what I got here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I was going through Facebook and I'm seeing all these rhinos out there that have turned around and stabbed Trump in the back. And, I just got so damn disgusted with it. With this impeachment, I mean, first it's over a damn phone call to the Ukrainians or wherever to talk to the premier or whatnot, and that was all they did the first time was to impeach him over a damn phone call. And now this inciting a riot. I mean, these Democrats and the rhinos have opened up a true can of worms because, what comes around goes around. So let's just see in 2 years if the Republicans can get the rhinos out and get Democrats out and put people in. I think there's more than enough here to impeach both the president-elect and the vice president-elect whenever they become. I think so.
Wow.
I mean, well, think about it. I mean, the whole Democrat Party has been on Trump's butt ever since he was declared the victor. I mean, Pelosi is up there saying resist, resist, resist. And that one that could stop bat crap in the midair, what was her name? Waters. Yeah.
Maxine Waters,
is saying, get in the people's faces. Tell them you're not welcome here. Biden saying, he was saying I could take him out behind the school building and beat him up. And you never heard that from any sane Republican. But I mean, if they're going to lower the standards and say that these are impeachable offenses, with Trump saying, I'm going to fight on, he didn't say tell them other numbnuts out there to fight like they did. He said he was going to continue the fight. Well, since they lowered the bar, they're going to reap what they sow. So I'm just waiting for that day.
Well, that'd be.
Other than that,
going to be an interesting week ahead if things go the way it sounds like it's going to go. I think last night Eagle said, any of these agitators, anarchists, whatever you want to call them, that had been contemplating going to Washington, D.C., they've got the message, and that message being that they're not going to be able to get away with anything. I saw this past day that the National Guard has been authorized to use lethal force. So if somebody, if things get out of control, they're not being told, and they're not going to be carrying weapons that don't have bullets in them. They're authorized to use lethal force, which to me, that spells out whatever's going to take place if these people are hell-bent and determined on causing some anarchy, that they're going to show up at the state capitol somewhere else. Now, whether it's in Maryland or Virginia or Florida, I don't know, but not likely to see this kind of crap happen in D.C.?
Well, it's a shame that they have to put fences up, but it's also funny that they are putting fences up. I mean, all these Democrats and all these liberals and bleeding hearts, fences don't work. Well, if the fences don't work, then why are you putting them up?
All right. Yeah, fences
So,
do nothing.
I mean,
We don't. Well, what's that? The southern border. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah, they can build that wall. No, walls don't do any good. They don't do anything. They just go around or climb over. But yeah, we're putting up 7-foot fences around the Capitol, aren't we?
yes, we are, and it's 30-foot fences on the wall.
Yes.
So I don't understand their logic in any of this. So, but yeah, I do. They want to have it both ways. They want their cookies and your cake and someone else's pie. So it's just, we need to get politicians out of D.C. We need to get statesmen. And there is a big difference, and I think I've mentioned it before. A politician is only there for himself. He'll kiss babies and give out suckers to the kids, and shake people's hands. And then when he gets reelected, he turns around and he just spits on the kid, steals the candy, and just wipes his hand of the people that he shook,
Right.
But a statesman is actually there for the people. Trump is a statesman. Ted Cruz is a statesman. Just, the way that they're saying we need to take care of our folks first because we have enough problems. We don't need to be the caretakers of the world. And as far as money goes, Pelosi and that bunch of jackasses, they need to understand if we're going to get the money from China to give to these other people, why don't those countries go to China direct and get it from them? We don't need to be paying interest for loans that we're not using for us. I am just so damn totally disgusted. Someone was talking about, would you fly the American flag? And I said, yes, I would fly it in front of my house right now. But just as soon as Biden gets in office, it ain't flying because I don't believe in the America that he believes in. So, if it's going to be a rallying cry, for Republicans to get behind and push and Democrats to push for, fine. But until we get the people in office now that are in office that aren't doing us any good, then that flag's going to stay down until we get some real change.
Yeah.
And what is the deal with all right, Trump has only done 4 years. Now, I know he's going to be 78 if he decides to run again in 2024, but since he did not complete 2 full terms, could he theoretically complete another 8 years if he were reelected?
That's a good question. That I'm not sure.
That's because that's been on my mind. It's like, well,
I know he could do another 4, but I don't know about another 8. That is an excellent question.
Yeah, I'd like someone who's a little bit smarter than me to come out and say yay or nay and explain why. That would be fantastic.
Okay.
Well, Steve, I'm settled down. I got a 7 and 7 in here, watching you on the big screen, and yeah, I think I can go to sleep here pretty well.
There you
sleep
go.
pretty good.
All
So
right.
we'll be sure to holler at you on Monday then.
All right.
You have a good weekend.
One
Steve.
more 7 and 7, and that'll do it for the night, right? Hey, have a great Friday. Have a great weekend. Heat Wave, good to hear from you. All right, here's an excellent example of some of the individuals who were in our nation's capital on January the 6th, creating havoc, being blamed on Donald Trump. He incited that violence. No, this guy was there, not a supporter of Trump whatsoever. He had every intention by going to our nation's capital to do this because he was quoted as saying, "We got to rip Trump from office." It's time for a revolution. That doesn't sound like a Trump supporter to me, does it you? Guy by the name of John Sullivan. He is an anarchist leader of Utah. Arrested for committing crimes in the nation's capital on January the 6th. Films showing Sullivan agitating the crowd, encouraging violence. Sullivan is the founder of an organization called Insurgents USA. Back in July of last year, he was charged with rioting and criminal mischief by local law enforcement in Provo, Utah, based on his activities around a June protest in which a civilian was shot and injured. That particular case is still pending. The reputed anarchist uses the hashtag BLM, Black Lives Matter, and Antifa. At the Capitol, Sullivan can be seen telling the crowd over a microphone, "We about to burn this shish kebab down. We ain't waiting until the next election." Sullivan stated he was wearing a ballistic vest and a gas mask at the Capitol. He entered through a broken window and took a cell phone video as a Capitol police officer shot Ashley Babbitt in the neck while she was trying to enter the barricaded area of the Capitol. Now, she was the 14-year Air Force veteran that died. Sullivan is 26 years old, has been charged in federal court with one count of knowingly entering or remaining in any restricted building or grounds without lawful authority, one count of violent entry and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds, one count of interfering with law enforcement engaged in the lawful performance of their official duties, incident 2, and during the commission of civil disorder. Yeah, he's a real Trump supporter, huh? But I don't imagine Rachel Maddow or Don Lemon or any of those are much talking about an anarchist that was participating in the, quote, riot. They simply refer to him as Trump supporters stormed the Capitol. That's all you hear. All right, get back to your calls momentarily as we roll into the early hours of a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, back at it here. Where are we at? Under the industry headlines. There's a trucking technology provider that recently released a list of areas of risk for trucking fleets that includes the riskiest roads, the riskiest states, and even the times of day for truck drivers to be rolling through. State of the data, the LITEX State of the Data report for 2020, released on January the 14th, here just yesterday, as a matter of fact. So where do you think? Where's your riskiest road? Now, they include more than 10 million risky truck driving events captured last year. They went through that to create this report. You can see some of the key takeaways, starting with the top 5 riskiest roads for truck drivers. I would have never guessed. Interstate 78, Allentown, Pennsylvania, east of West Emos Avenue. Familiar with that area? I know the Lone Ranger would be familiar with that. I know Lobster probably knows exactly where that is. Allentown, PA. Number 2, Lambsburg, Virginia, Interstate 77, near Old Piper's Gap Road. Albuquerque, New Mexico, I-40. Near Coyote Springs Road, southeast, followed by Durham, North Carolina, Interstate 85 near University Station Road, and number 5, Lebanon, New Jersey, a stretch of Interstate 78 near Cokesbury Road. They say that most of these risky roadways are near interchanges, construction zone, or off and on ramps. Places, I guess, where they have a lot of incidents. Top 5 riskiest states for truck drivers to drive in. Let's start with number 5 and count down. Number 5 would be the state of Georgia. Number 4, Oregon. Number 3, Texas. Number 2, Washington. Number 1, California. Very interesting to me because the entire West Coast, all in the top 5, Washington, Oregon, California. And, okay, they've got a whole bunch more. They've got on the list the riskiest city for truck drivers, second day of the week when most of the collisions occur. The riskiest city for truck drivers last year, 2020, was the city of Chicago. Second riskiest city, Dallas, Texas. The day of the week when the most collisions last year. What would you think? I'd think like a Friday. Everybody's in a hurry on Friday. No, the day of the week with the most collisions, Tuesday. The day of week with the fewest collisions, that I would suggest Sunday. And that would be the correct answer, Sunday. The time of the day with the most near collisions, 5 a.m. to noon. Of course, that encompasses the entire morning rush hour. We know sudden lane changes and shifts in driving speed surrounding interchanges can create a more volatile driving environment, more opportunity for dangerous incidents. According to the Vice President of Safety Services, we urge fleets and drivers be aware of the increased risk in these areas. Level up your caution and defensive driving. Whether you're passing through one of these segments that are featured here or, of course, any other highway interchange. But how about that? Allentown, riskiest road, Allentown, PA. Was that a big twisty, turny kind of stretch or something? All right, we'll get back to our calls here, and who's up next? Let's head down. It is the world famous Cool Breeze. Hello, Breeze.
Hey, ho, Mr. Sommers. How you doing tonight?
What's going on? It's a Friday. You just chilling out at the home of the hacienda?
Yeah, man. And Friday. So glad it's Friday, man. It's been a long week, I'll tell you what. You know, somebody was talking a while ago. I was listening to you, and they said something about the old-timers or old-time truckers, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know who they're talking about exactly. I don't know, but
I think you'd fit that category, old timer.
I talked to let's see, now my memory's going to start slipping away. I talked to the inbred redneck there a couple of weeks ago, Steve, and you know, Hogzilla's having that problem that she has this time of year. I know inbred's called in and talked about it a bunch of times. You know about that, right?
I know. Yeah, fill me in.
Well, it's her addiction. Around the holidays, she's got this addiction that comes out. It's real bad. It starts a little before Thanksgiving, and then she starts getting into it, you know, and then between Thanksgiving and Christmas, she really gets into it. I mean, she's really Hogzilla, you know, I'm talking about Hogzilla in case anybody out there knows what I'm talking about. But, and then Christmas comes, and then it's at its height. It's at the height. She can't stay off of it, Steve. She's got such a problem. That's why old inbred, he hasn't called in yet, I know, but I'm trying to reach out to him now and get him to maybe take a break from, because he got up in the hospital, you know. He's got to take care of Hogzilla, you know. And she's addicted, Steve. She's flat out addicted. It's a horrible thing, addictions. You know, you can be addicted to a lot of things.
Absolutely.
And she started out just eating it. Just at Thanksgiving, she's just picking it up with the big old ladle and just scooping it down her neck. I mean, she's eating gallons of it, Steve. She's eating gallons of it. And then about halfway between Thanksgiving and Christmas, she started mainlining it, Steve.
Oh, boy.
She's mainlining this stuff. And I don't know, maybe you remember the story, because I know for sure old inbred redneck, he's a good friend of mine. We both drove at the same company a few years ago.
Is that right?
I know he's back up there. Driving. He's driving a coal truck probably up there. He lives right there around West Virginia and right in there with a lot of coal activity and everything. But Steve, she's mainlining that turkey gravy.
Oh boy!
And she has this.
I thought it was going to be.
year.
I thought it was dark chocolate, but it's she loves her gravy. Yes.
And then she can't eat enough of it, so she starts mainlining it, and that's why inbred, he hasn't called in yet, because he's been taking care of her. You know, you got to take care of your other half there.
All right.
But he's a good old boy. You know, we were at this. I won't mention the name of the company because then I'll start talking bad about him. But me and him and a couple, two, three other guys, we were members of the Dirty Sock. What the hell do we used to call it? The Dirty Sock Rebels or something like that, right?
That's
and
it.
we know when one of us is pulling, when you pull in the yard and your buddies are asleep, you know, and what we would do is you put your sun visor down on the driver's side. You had to do it on the driver's side, and then you hang it was a dirty sock movement. That's what it was. But you pull your socks off, because you're going to bed, and you hang your dirty socks up so they're hanging just right over your windshield. And that's how we knew who was part of the club, you know.
And the night when Inbred Redneck had called that night to start the dirty sock movement, according to Spaceman, he had just happenstance come across the show, and when he heard the Inbred Redneck, he said that's when he kind of latched on, and he's become a dedicated listener.
And he fit right in, didn't he?
Yes, he did. But he ain't called me yet. We were about to wrap up the first week of the show, and damn if he ain't called me yet. He sent me several emails. The first night he said he was home, and he said he was going to call in the next night. And hey, Spaceman, it's Friday.
Yeah. And Brett, if you hear the sound of mine, Steve's voice, feel free to call in, right on in anytime. We love those reports about Miss Hogzilla there, And you know what, Steve?
What's that?
Steve.
Yes, what's that?
You fall off? Took a little nap on you there? Do you know it's only 244 days for Christmas?
I don't have the dynamite yet. We got to get that. I've got to get that in here. Thank you, Cool Breeze. Have a good morning. Email, which is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Very simple. This is interesting. Hey, Steve, my name is German. I am from Argentina. I found your program thanks to the recommendation from Steve, a.k.a. Cue Ball. Really enjoying the program. Here the show starts at 2 a.m. since we're in a different time zone. I wish I could give you a call, but the international call cost and my not-so-good English stops me from that. But all the political things that your country's going through are incredibly similar to what we have around here. For a long time, I watched the United States as an example of a mature democracy, but it is astonishing the similarities with our politicians. Anyway, I wish you all the best. Keep on trucking. Is that a good thing for someone in Argentina to say, your country's looking more and more like our country? Thank you so much for the email. Thanks for listening in. Charles chimes in. Steve should let the audience know they can tune into the show in their trucks by doing it on the Facebook app on their phone. A lot of these people out there are a little slow and don't know they can do that. So maybe get that out there. And I think many of the drivers are actually doing that. My understanding is, for whatever reason, it appears like YouTube may be easier for some versus the Facebook app. And I know there's some with Facebook being so big in the headlines as a potential censor of right-leaning politics, that they don't like Facebook. We got a couple of others. Let me scroll on down the line. What else we got? John says, love the show. I get off work around midnight. Love hearing the friendly voices from around the country. Listening helps me wind down, relax until I fall asleep. But it's cool to see throughout the night, even when I wake up, to hit the bathroom. LOL. Thank you so much for the comment. Let's see. One or two more here. Let me jump down to Dean. Dean says, hey, Steve, it's Buckeye Boy here. Wanted to get your thoughts on the appointment of Mayor Pete to head up the FMCSA. It's really astounding to me, and I'm very, very concerned of how such a person who has absolutely no experience dealing with a massive and crucial part of our economy and is obviously a far left person can run it. I see nothing good coming out of this. Well, Buckeye Boy, I think that came up on our first program. Pete Buttigieg, who's, I believe, in the month of February, that's the name that's been floated, who's going to be the new guy put in charge. I don't think it's the FMCSA, though. I believe that was the Department of Transportation, which technically, that's even bigger than the FMCSA. The Department of Transportation handles all modes of transportation, trucking, train, airlines, you name it. So, yeah, I mentioned at the time, I'm not aware of Pete Buttigieg having any experience whatsoever in transportation issues. So, yeah, of course, over the years, how many times have we said, how do you appoint individuals to be the heads of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the policing arm of the trucking industry, when the top five there at the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration have never actually driven a truck. That makes perfect sense. You'd think you'd want people that are making the decisions that are supposed to be about safety in the trucking industry would at least know something about driving a damn truck, wouldn't you? But no. Same scenario. I guess it's not what you know, it's who you know in the world of politics. Who you know. So he's getting a little payback. That's the name of the game. Yeah, all those people that were running against you, well, sure, I'll give you an appointment. Help me get elected. See, that way they'll have a job, they'll have a paycheck. One more. This is Sunshine. Thought I'd let you know when you come back from the breaks, your volume's a little lower. Okay, that was from last night. I think she sent that at like 7:30 this past morning. I haven't seen any reference to that this morning. I know there was several folks that were saying that for last evening's program. So hopefully they got that worked out tonight. All right, 12 before the hour. And, well, let's see what's going on with the Eskimo Mom for the first time with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hello, Eskimo Mom.
Well, hello there, Steve. I am so glad to hear you back on the air.
Well, I'm glad you're back with us.
You're just a breath of fresh air because Red Eye Radio, it gets boring so quick. But I was going to chime in and just say hi. But then too, when Heatwave was asking about the 25th Amendment, that the 25th Amendment means that a president can only serve for a total of 10 years across the board, no matter how many terms he gets. It's just 10 years straight. So if God forbid, if Kamala Harris would come in 2 years into Biden's term, she can only serve 2 more terms after that, and she's done.
Okay.
But Obama can only come in and serve 2 years, and it's going to put a constitutional crisis in. So other than that, that's the key with that one, because of FDR screwing it up for all the other presidents after that.
Okay. Very interesting. I mean, I thought the 25th was the one where a president is has a stroke or physically or mentally cannot execute the duties of the president. I thought that's what that had to do with.
It covers that, but I think if I remember right, it also covers the fact that FDR served for he served into his 4th term when he passed away all of a sudden, and it's just the powers that be at the time got to thinking that they needed to put a kibosh on the president. Otherwise, we're going to basically have the royalty where they're just going to rule until they die, or they want to give them the role.
Right. Okay. Well.
And I was also going to mention, when you're talking about the vaccines, my aunt who lives up there in Darke County, which is over there, Greenville area, it's about 25, 30 miles northwest of Dayton. She just finally found one of the places that's giving out the vaccines in the state of Ohio, in her county. And there's 3 different places in her county, and she's going to get hers on February 9th.
Okay.
And she's already got the appointment set up.
And she's not concerned about any issues with the vaccine or anything. She's not worried about it.
I don't. I'm getting this from my mom, but I'm really not too sure. I think she's more worried about getting the COVID, because she hasn't. My mom's told me she has not hardly gone out of her house since the virus hit. She just stays at home and she only goes out when she absolutely positively has to.
Okay. Well, Eskimo Mom, thank you so much for checking in this morning.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping to hear from you again.
All righty. We'll look forward to that. All right. I'm looking here from the Legal Information Institute, as it's called. 25th Amendment. 25th Amendment proposed by Congress and ratified by the states in the aftermath of the assassination of John Kennedy provides the procedures for replacing the president or vice president in the event of death, removal, resignation, or incapacitation. The Watergate scandal of the 1970s saw the application of these procedures first when Gerald Ford replaced Spiro Agnew as vice president, then when he replaced Richard Nixon as president, and then when Nelson Rockefeller filled the resulting vacancy to become the vice president. Okay. What are we looking at here? About 8 before the hour, and we'll jump back to the calls this morning. And several lines available here, by the way, if you want to chime in. Love to hear from you at 844-844-3388. It says it's the Beaver Freezer.
No, it's Beaver Squeezer.
Beaver Squeezer.
Steve, you're like a long-lost friend to me.
Well, thank you.
I drove a truck for 25 years. I retired in 2012. And out in the Carolinas, I'd listen to you every night. And you'd fade in and out. But between cities, of course.
Yes.
But, man, it's good to find you again. I found you by accident. I was doing Facebook Live, and there you were. I'm so glad I found you.
How about that? So you just
right
happenstance
thing.
came across us. Wow, I'm glad you did.
I am a steel hauler and a lumber hauler. I'm a 2 million miler, and I started driving a truck in 91. After I got out of the Navy, I said, well, hell, I'm still young. I got something to do. And I went trucking school and went through a couple companies. I've always been a company driver. I just want to tell you, Steve, you're like a long-lost friend for me. You really are.
Well,
I'm so glad I found you.
Well, do me a favor. You can share that link with your friends so they can find me as well, because that's with each share it spreads the word. You may have some friends that listen to the program years gone by, and you never know. If you share it, they may find it too.
Hey, nobody told me when I went to trucking school that I would be up all hours of the night.
Yeah.
You know, I can see you right now, too.
How about that?
But no one told me, we don't have regular schedules. And I am so glad I found you. Steve, you're like a long-lost friend. I've been listening to you for years. And I'm not political, and I have nothing to say about politics. But, I missed my job, and I was good at my job. I'm a steel mill guy, and I'm a lumberyard guy. And I just love being in them, especially at night in a steel mill. Them sparks are going every which way. And it smells good.
Really?
And, yeah, have you ever been you ever been in a steel mill at night?
I have never been in a steel mill at any time of day or night.
Have you ever, there's a lot of drivers listening to us right now, and there's a lot of flatbedders driving, and they know what I'm talking about. And it's, for me, a guy wearing a hard hat, carrying a lunchbox, wearing steel-toed boots, that's the kind of people I want to be around. Flatbedders are special people. We don't just back up the dock and close our doors and
Right.
go on down the highway.
Sure.
Flatbedders actually work their loads. We got a chain strap, tarp, but my God, man, I found you by accident, and I'm retired, and I want to go back to work, but I can't. But man, it's good to find you again.
Well, like I said, Beaver Squeezer, give us a like on Facebook, give us a share, and maybe punch up over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on YouTube and subscribe to that, because that'll help us be able to start streaming live there as well. All righty? Thank you so much for the call, the Beaver Squeezer. All right, headed toward top of the hour. So we've got, two vaccines available now, Pfizer and Moderna. Johnson & Johnson now says the results of their early trials for their vaccine, very promising. If phase 3 trials are successful, we may soon have another tool in the toolbox to use against the virus. Phase 1 and 2 trials of the vaccine showed it safely and effectively generated an immune response to COVID. That immune response was generated by a single dose. So the Johnson & Johnson is not the get a shot now, come back in 3 weeks kind of thing. That would give it a distinct advantage over the other 2-dose vaccines. According to the New York Post, more than 90% of the 805 study volunteers developed neutralizing antibodies offering protection against COVID-19 in 29 days after getting a single dose of the vaccine. Now, those antibodies remained active for 71 days after inoculation in the participants ages 18 to 55. And that's, I'm a little confused by how long. You take a shot if the antibodies are only there for 71 days. Does that mean like 3 months? You get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Are you potentially able to come down with it 3 months, 90 days after it? I'm a little confused. I know that the Pfizer, the Moderna vaccines, I thought they said theirs were supposed to be good for about a year's time, something along that line. Either way, they say the next step, phase 3, will determine if the vaccine can safely, effectively protect a larger, randomly selected group against infection or symptoms of the coronavirus. If it is effective, the new vaccine will be submitted for approval by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. This particular vaccine, they point out, the Johnson & Johnson, works differently than the two that are available right now, where they use genetic material called messenger RNA to train our immune system to fight off the COVID. The company's vaccine arm, Janssen, employs this one. Johnson & Johnson employs a weakened version of the common cold virus called adenovirus 26. The virus carries genetic material into the body, teaching our cells to manufacture pieces of the pathogen, which are then recognized by the immune system. Researchers in the Netherlands, Belgium, and the United States conducted the early trials. According to the report from the New England Journal of Medicine, the most common side effect, pretty typical: fatigue, headache, myalgia, and injection site pain. I spoke to one friend that Yeah, worked at a hospital environment, got the Pfizer vaccine like within a couple days of its arrival in this town, and he said his arm hurt like hell for several days. He said, "Man," I said, I mean, it hurt a few hours after, but he said it was really sore for a few days after he got that." But okay, we are at the top of the hour. It's 844-844-3388. We return with more. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor. plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday morning. Yeah, where do we go to next? I'm kind of refreshing, flipping over to our blizzard warnings that are impacting parts of the heart of the country. And there's a lot of territory dealing with this. Start off with the Weather Service office out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota this time around. Blizzard warning in effect until 6 p.m. Central Time Friday. All right, 3 to 7 inches of snow, winds as high as 60 miles per hour. This is east central South Dakota, northwest and west central Iowa, and southwestern portions of Minnesota. Yeah, those scenarios spell almost impassable travel conditions. Then on down to, let me see, there's several others. From Des Moines, Iowa, blizzard to significantly impact central Iowa tonight into Friday. It's happening now. Strong, gusty northwest winds coupled with moderate to heavy snow, leading to blizzard conditions throughout much of the daytime Friday over the western half of Iowa. Travel impacts are expected, especially along Interstate 80 and 35. Over the eastern half of the state, lighter impacts and lighter winds. Not as much snowfall anticipated, but still some travel difficulties possible there. A couple of the latest advisories. Meanwhile, there is a storm expected to take shape along the wave of colder air in the east that could bring maybe a few snowflakes to coastal areas of the Northeast. It may put down a swath of accumulating snow over interior locations starting later tonight, Friday night, and into Saturday. It's a weak storm projected to develop along that cold front that's going to slow its forward speed as it moves toward the East Coast Friday into Saturday. So we'll see a band of rain forming along that front, stretching from the Gulf Coast to the Mid-Atlantic later today and into Friday night. Of course, temperatures are going to be well above normal before the arrival of that front. We're climbing into the 50s from New York City to Washington, D.C., well in the 40s, all the way up into Boston and southeastern New England today. It's going to be a very good day to get out. Enjoy the warmer temperatures because we are in the heart of winter. And in fairly short order, you're going to be back in the grips of old man winter. There will eventually, by Saturday morning, probably look at a changeover to a bit of wet snow. The changeover to accumulating snow is likely well north and west of I-95. So the coastal area is probably not going to see any accumulations, maybe just a few wet flakes there. Your traditional higher elevations, the Pocono, Catskill, Berkshire, the Green and White Mountains, the Adirondack, those are areas you'll pick up maybe accumulations of some wet snow from this storm. That means towns and cities like Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, Binghamton, New York, Montpelier, Vermont. Yeah, you could pick up several inches of snow from this system. So when you wake up on Saturday, maybe a little bit of a wintry wonderland. Quick look at some of our travelers' weather as we roll into hour number 1, 2, 3. Boy, this is hour number 4 already on a Friday morning. We're into over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So for our West Coast friends, great to have you with us. Welcome into a Friday, 15th day of January. And we get back to our calls. Looks like, is it the Knuckle Buster?
Yes, sir. Morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
What kind of baloney you
I'm
got?
out here in Oklahoma. Well, I got a whole bunch of it tonight, sir. You might have to stay over an extra hour there. I'm out here in Oklahoma right now. You can turn this damn wind tunnel to us off anytime you want to. I'll be glad to have it gone there. Right? I'm not singing Together Again. That's a sad song because I didn't miss you to start with there, but you know, I just had to beat the hell out of myself every night trying to stay awake and get them cauliflower ears. And it's that hot shot secret. It worked real good getting the stiction out of them ears, Steve. So I suggest people buy that product, right? I know that's right. I'd go down there to Johnny Mac Brown High School and join old Lester Moran as Cadillac Cowboys, but Lester passed away last year, and that was a sad day, right?
No, I hear you.
Yeah, well, you know, there's another sad situation going on now, Steve. There's going to be no parade down there at the Mardi Gras this year in Nolan.
You sent me that email. I saw that. I mean, are they even going to try to do an actual Mardi Gras? Because that's typically that's in March, ain't it?
Yeah, well, February, late January to the end of February.
Okay.
I guess I'll just have to put my 50-pound bag of Hooter beads back up in the closet. Right?
I mean, I remember last year, I mean, for the Mardi Gras, that was probably one of the last major events that occurred because we had been watching the COVID over in China and all that, and then, you know, we were getting mixed information about whether it's not going to be a problem here in the United States. And they went on, they did the Mardi Gras. And, of course, New Orleans was one of the first really hard-hit areas. Of course, people that were at Mardi Gras, essentially that was one of the breeding grounds to spread it all over the damn country.
Yeah, she blamed, I think that mayor down there blamed Trump for misinformation. We didn't have the right information there, right? But it's always Trump's fault. Yeah, I got this woman pregnant 39 years ago. It's Trump's fault, right? Steve, $750 million, but I could ease a lot of pain in this world. I guarantee it. And Nancy Pelosi, she's so power hungry, but she couldn't get Mike and Mitch to go along with her there. Because here's what would have happened. If she would have got the 25th Amendment invoked or the impeachment to actually take place and been done, then that would have taken President Trump out. Mike Pence would have become president. And then Nancy would have been vice president, and then she would have invoked the 25th Amendment on Mike Pence. And guess who's El Presidente, even for one day? Our first female president. That's how power hungry she is, right?
Wow. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, but Nancy, AOC, Maxine, Hillary, every time you could just see the hate on their face, Steve. I just don't understand that there, you know. It's just bad look on her face, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Taco Bell is bringing their taters back. Well, I make my own French fries. I don't have to eat. I don't eat Taco Bell anyway. Taco backwards is okay, right?
That works for me.
I read that Tennessee is going to put a statue up of Dolly, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
I wouldn't stand too close to it because that is going to be one top-heavy statue, right?
I hear you. Right.
Yeah, Well, I'm going to take the vaccine the vaccine there, only because I know somebody that works for Pfizer, and I trust that person. So we got time enough to talk a little sports.
What you got?
Well, let's see. ESPN has got Green Bay Packers over the Rams, and then they got the Bills over the Ravens, and I figure that'll be the most boring game. Might as well just go ahead and take a nap while that thing's playing. And then the New Orleans Aints over the TB and TB12 there, but I think that's going to be totally backwards. And then they got the Chiefs over the Browns, and you never know, Mayfield. He might show up and put Mahomes in the basket there, right?
Right.
So anyway, that's going to put Green Bay and TB12 playing for the championship, Chiefs and the Bills for the championship, and I'm gonna go ahead and step on out and say Super Bowl TB and TB12 versus the Chiefs, and you know who I'm gonna take, Mr. Tom Brady. He's gonna get number 7 and be gone. But I could always be wrong, and don't go out and place no bets on just cause all of my baloney tonight.
Right.
And then he'd be mad at me for losing money, right?
Well, what if you're right, though?
Well,
if I place a wager and you're right, do I have
even
to?
If I was right, I ain't that crazy. So
Okay.
anyway,
If I put $100 on it, do I have to share it with
that's
you?
all my baloney for today.
All right. All right. Thank you very much there, Knucklebuster. Let me jump down here and say, wait a minute. Hello?
Hey, Steve.
What's going on?
Not too much. Just wanted to check in on you. First time not being in the studio, so a chance to call in.
All right. So how are we looking tonight?
You're doing well. You're doing very well. Really proud of you.
Everything working out well here tonight for the... Hey, I haven't had any glitches yet. The only thing I haven't done is reset the phone, so I'll probably have to do that here soon.
Yeah, or you'll repeat what we had the first night, but we're learning.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to congratulate you on the first week. We're really happy to have you aboard with the Hot Shot Secret family, and appreciate all the support we're getting out there. I know we've come a long way in a week, and we've got a lot more planned, and we're really looking forward to what's next.
So are you staying up all night long with us tonight, Kyle?
You know, you got me you got me hooked over the week. Now my sleep schedule's out there, so yeah, I've been tuned in all night.
How about that? Yeah.
And I know we had some questions earlier. Just to make everything crystal clear right now of where to find you.
Yes.
The live feeds are on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube platforms. Now, the replays you can catch on those same platforms, Facebook and YouTube of Hot Shot Secret, or at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive website, which is overnightdriveradio.com. All the replays are kind of patched through there as well. Another thing I heard tonight was about the computer versus the app. You can catch this show on YouTube and Facebook on your computer or on your phone app. So there's an application out there. Everything's free. It's free to have an account with YouTube or Facebook. It's free to watch the show. And you can do that on your phone or on your desktop. Now, of course, you're going to have internet service or, a data plan on your phone. But that's just the start. That's just our first week. And we've got a lot of plans for what's next, from, some more different types of web streaming. We have an app being built. There's, all the podcasts you could think of are going to carry all the replays, Apple, Google, Spotify, you name it, as well as the live apps, iHeartRadio. We're looking at satellite radio, and as we talked about, terrestrial radio is a big one getting back on the dial, and it looks like that's going to be happening sooner than we even thought.
Oh, boy.
So lots of stuff to come.
Chris has got you working triple time.
It's been a long week. You and I have spent a lot of time together this week. That's for sure.
We have. Yeah, it's been very enjoyable. I've needed your backup, brother. I'll tell you that.
Well, it's just the beginning. We're looking for, a lot more to come, and we're going to be bringing a lot more content to the show. And, and I should mention earlier, we're open to ideas out there, what people think, what they want to see in the show. What's kind of unique about our position here is, as Hot Shot Secret, we're not a radio station at its core, so we can be as flexible as we want with this. So, we're open to ideas from the listeners. This is what the show's kind of been about. Was Chris really wanted to get you back on the air with your listeners, and we've got this unique opportunity to build it how we want it. Mm-hmm. So, matter of fact, tonight, I wrote his name down because I don't want to forget. Charles Zemansky had made a comment because we were talking about the background there, and we have a Hot Shot Secret banner up there, just temporary. We have a lot of changes coming to the studio, but he said we should put a big monitor up there so we can display a logo and rotate through sponsors of the show. And I said, brilliant, let's do it. So we appreciate those ideas out there.
That's an interesting idea. Yeah, that's a little added bonus, as they call it, for the sponsors. Get to actually see them on the screen, right?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
So if anybody has ideas, or like you said, sponsors too, we're looking to add more advertisers and sponsors to the show. They can email me directly, Kyle@lubricationspecialties.com, or you guys all know how to get a hold of Steve there, so he can always patch through messages to me as well. And just looking forward to what's to come. And one other thing I'll mention real quick is I thought it was real unique. One of the real advantages of the social media platforms we're on right now create a unique opportunity that you don't traditionally get just on a terrestrial aspect. And that was, I can't quite remember. Was it Beaver Squeezer?
Yes, Beaver Squeezer.
Yep. So that guy, what a great call. He was a guy that was retired on Facebook, had been listening to you for years, and was just rolling around on Facebook. And, obviously a live video got suggested to him from whatever connection that they have in those algorithms. And all of a sudden, like he said, he connected with an old friend he hadn't heard of in a long time. And, how cool is he that he gets to now listen to the show again that he hasn't heard for a long time?
Absolutely, yeah. And that may be from people that listened maybe to the other program, or maybe had looked at stories about Steve Sommers in the past or something. Those algorithms track all that stuff, don't they?
Sure do. It all helps out. So that's kind of like what we mentioned earlier. That's why we're building, bringing new stuff to the show each week. You had mentioned earlier, we do have a Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page as well. And we get the followers up on that. If people can go over there and subscribe, again, it's free. Easy to do on a phone app or a computer. When we hit 1,000 there, we can then bring the show over to that platform and start broadcasting from there and just keep growing it. And like I said, there's a lot more bigger things coming very, very soon that we're going to be announcing in the next week or two here that we're rolling out. So
cool.
We appreciate all the support from everybody out there that have been tuning in every night. Appreciate all the shares and the likes. And welcome aboard, Steve. We're really happy to have you. Congrats on your first week, and looking forward to what the future brings.
All right, big things. I mean, 2 months ago, I would have never dreamed I'd be sitting in a Hot Shot Secret studio.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think Chris was dreaming of that just about that time, so we made it happen, didn't we?
Yes, you did, yes. Well, thanks to you. I mean, you've done a lot, and I know you're going to be doing more. Boy, I feel like I'm putting you out, but thank you so much, okay?
Absolutely. Good luck and congrats.
All right. Have a great night. Have a good, part of the weekend, I guess, however much of a weekend you're going to have. All right, look at it, 24 past the hour. If you were with us on our first night, we have what phone call-in software application, since we don't actually have someone physically answering the phones. And for whatever reason, when they developed this software, it only allows 4 consecutive hours, and then you have to kind of like dial back in. Well, I'm about 6 minutes away from hitting that 4-hour mark. And when it does, everybody gets disconnected. So for those that are on hold listening, I'm going to advise you, I'm going to reset the lines. And if you could just, when it hangs up on you, call back here in 3 or 4 minutes, whatever. It shouldn't take very long at all to get it back up and running. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a 3-minute time out, and when we come back, hopefully you'll have an opportunity to have dialed us back up, and that'll take us all the way up to the conclusion of the show there at 5 a.m. Does that make sense? All right, so we'll do that. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, back after this.
The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available exclusively on Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook, and more coming soon.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter.
We are sorry, but the show has ended.
2 micron and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
There you go. That wasn't too difficult, was it? Yeah. Phones are back up and running. I see the call screener is getting everybody back online. I think our buddy Philip from Florida was, he was holding on. I think Papa John was there. I think Papa John's back with us, so great to have you with us on a Friday. All right, so tonight is the Mega Millions, right? 750 million smackers. Second largest in history. Well, never fear. If you don't hit the big one with the Mega Millions tonight, just hang on till Saturday night. Because Saturday night is the Powerball drawing. And that is now up to $640 million. I mean, how this works out, I don't know. You got two of the biggest jackpots ever coming in a matter of days. Now, you've got a 750 Mega Millions tonight. If there's not a winner there, boy, the number's really going to jump. It's going to be a big jump for the next drawing. Be interesting to see how close to $1 billion can we get. We shall see. All right, with that, what are you looking at? 1:30. Let's get back to the calls here this morning. And is this the Roadmaster, Ron?
Yes, sir, Stevie. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. What's been happening?
Same old stuff. I just want to congratulate you like everybody else. The legend returns. And I know everybody says congratulations and they're happy, but son, I'm telling you, I've been listening to you and your dad since the mid-'80s. Call in some when I can, but the other show, there's just so many regulars. It's hard, there's some days you just couldn't get through.
Yeah.
But I'm still there listening, and sincerely, buddy, from the bottom of my heart, I'm so glad you're back. Justice, the election may not have had justice, but justice is brought to you by Hot Shot Secret.
There you go. That's cool.
And I have, I've also been a supporter, a strong supporter of any sponsor you had. Matter of fact, I had a big ass cheeseburger today for lunch, and I thought about you when I ate it.
That's great. Yeah.
Used to have them on there.
Yep.
And I mean, I use Motor Code. I mean, I've used everything, and now I'm gonna go to Hot Shot Secret because they're good enough to sponsor you, and I'm good enough to sponsor them. So.
Yes. Yes. That's the intended goal. That's the anticipation. So.
Yes, sir. About the election, of course, I mean everybody's getting sick of hearing about this and all this, but you know, I come from a family of military background. I had 2 uncles killed one day apart on Leyte Island in the Philippines. My dad was injured in World War II as a jump master sergeant. I had one uncle commit suicide one day before my 4th birthday because he couldn't handle what he's seen in World War II. There's a lot of people out there that will give the ultimate sacrifice for their country still. And if the Democrats think they're fooling with a bunch of pansies, they're not. Because I'm telling you, I know a lot of people that their garages are full, they're ready to go if needed, and they're willing to do what they got to do. So
Right.
I was hoping Trump would declare martial law and end all this foolishness, but I don't know whether now he was going to. It's getting awful close. I don't know whether he'll.
I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, that was kind of the buzz. That was the buzz here a few days ago, and I mean, it was kind of a frenzy on social media. But I never expected he would have to do that. Now,
I agree with you. I don't think now. I just don't think now that he's going to. I mean, I hoped he did. I hoped he'd pull the Trump card, as they said, and say, "Now, I'll show you who's boss." But as much crap as went on now, and they've tried to impeach him, which that's a joke and a waste of money, a second time. But I don't now. I'm like you. I agree with you, Steve. I don't think now he's going to do it. I just noticed fuel is $3 a gallon now, diesel fuel.
Mm-hmm.
I can see the rates. I do this dedicated thing. The rates has come down $130 on this same run I do all the time, and fuel's going up. So the Biden area is here. So I don't know.
Well, it's going to be like I've been saying. It's going to be an interesting week ahead. That is for sure. In the coming days, I don't know. I mean, I was not happy with the turnout. I mean, the results rather of the election. But I'm the kind of guy who says, well, you know, that it is what it is. I guess. I mean, you have a winner, you have a loser. Democrats weren't happy when Donald Trump won. And Republicans weren't happy when Barack Obama won. So we go back and forth. And if things go as I anticipate, the direction which Joe Biden is going to go right back to as many of the Obama era policies and things, so much that Donald Trump had overturned over the last 4 years, we're going to be going backwards. And it's going to be reflected in the economy. It's going to be reflected in the jobs numbers. And maybe, just maybe, the people will wake up and smell the coffee.
I don't know. It blows my mind that you went out here and you drive all over the country. You see thousands and thousands of Trump signs in yards and banners, and you'd see 1 or 2 Biden. I mean, if Biden would have won fair and square, I wouldn't have no problem with it. But I mean, it was such a joke. I mean. It'd be like me asking George Foreman for a boxing match. Yeah, you're right. You know what that goes.
What are your odds, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, and I mean, I figured. I mean, I was telling people I'd take odds if you wanted to bet 70-30. It'd be a 70-30 landslide for Trump. I mean, I thought it'd just be a massacre, and they proved that they've slid them boats in and done this and done that and changed the vote machines and all that. It's like everybody looks at each other like, who cares? Well, so I don't know. But anyway,
well,
I'm sure glad to hear you back on the air, and
well, it's good to be
best of luck.
good to be back with my listening friends. Yes, and I don't know that I've talked to you. I know you. I think you said you used to call when my dad was here, but so you've been out there listening though all those years.
Yeah, I talked to you probably a dozen times over the years, and I talked to you once down to Mid-America once.
Okay.
But anyway, I've been doing this deal 36 years, so.
Wow. You've got a lot of miles under your belt. Well, Roadmaster, don't be a stranger.
4 million.
4 million. Well, congratulations on that. That's quite the accomplishment. Yes, sir. All right. Well, have yourself a great weekend. Don't be a stranger. Chime in anytime. 4 million miles. Not everybody gets to that mark, do they? Well, hello, Papa John.
Well, good morning, Steve. You and I made it through the week. I'm really proud of you. So, if Chris and Kyle don't object, I'm gonna let you have the next 2 nights off.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
You've done such a good job, and you've been laying around for 2 months and got stopped. So I know it's probably welcome 2 days.
I've got to recuperate from 5 days of work. I mean, 5 days. Give me a break.
Kyle, he said we have ideas, to bring them up. There is one. I saw a wreck a while ago, and the old program, we call in and we had a person pick the phone up. We'd let you know so we wouldn't have to stay on hold and tell you. Is there any way we can continue to figure out a way to get around that?
I'd say
we see a wreck or a backup or things like that, and let everybody know that's listening what's going on.
The easiest thing would be just zip me out an email. Spaceman sends me messages with his smartphone, like via the text, to my steve@hotshotsecret.com.
Right. Yeah. And that will work on that. I'm still waiting on him to call me my stickers from my trailer doors. I'm serious about that.
Mm-hmm.
Advertise that way.
I know they're getting those together. Kyle was talking about that when he was heading out this past day. He's on that. They're going to get you some stickers. Yes.
Yeah. Because there's millions of us out here driving, but of course a lot of them don't drive at night, but now they're able to listen to your show during the day with that the podcast and I you go by them when they buy them in and see it on the back, remind them to look you up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do drive some during the day, but I'd rather drive at night. But nice to have you back. Appreciate it. Appreciate Chris and Kyle, everything they've done. It really stands up. So we have to support them too. Like I told you the other night, I'm a big supporter of the ones that support the things that I look at. So I'll be placing an order with them and try their products in their sprig and keep going.
All right. Well, Papa John, good to hear from you. We'll let you know when they get those stickers in. All right.
All right, you got it. All right, enjoy your weekend. I don't think I'll be out here Sunday night, but I'll be out here Monday night.
Okay.
Unless things change. Right now the schedule is I won't be out Sunday night, but I'll be out Monday night. So,
Okay.
But that can change when the orders come in tomorrow. So we'll go from there.
Yeah, over the years, that's always been the case. If there's a night when things are kind of slow, for me and callers and whatnot, it would typically be like a Sunday night, Monday morning. Now, because a lot of drivers like you, they get home for the weekend. That they don't, they're working today, then they're off Saturday, Sunday, and they go back to work on Monday. So they're not here from midnight to 5. They're on a Monday morning. Okay, what are we looking at? Yeah, who's next up here? I guess it looks like Mike's on the line. Is this Mike?
Oh, yeah, it's me, Eagle. Well, your machine didn't understand my name, so I used my other one.
We got Mike out of Eagle. Okay. So what's going on, Eagle?
Mike is my real name. But
okay.
Eagle is my TV
gotcha. All righty. So what's happening?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I wanted to ask you something else tonight because I don't think you had covered this situation here. Okay, now I understand. I read something today about the security at the Congress building, and they're saying now that they're installing metal detectors for all the Congress members when they walk into the chamber.
Yes.
Some of these, I read on my phone today that 12 people have said that they're not going to abide by the rules. They didn't say who these people were, but they said that they're not going to go through the metal detector. The problem is, now things have gone to another level. From what they're saying, never in the history of Congress have they ever been required to use metal detectors. But now, with what's going on now, I've heard that several Congress members are saying that they're going to be, I think I heard one guy say he's going to start wearing body armor. And then several of them are talking about buying guns for their protection. Because things are totally getting out of control after what happened last week. But like I say, that's going on in all of society. When I was growing up, I never thought I would see the day where you had to, go to school. Now they require kids to go into a school. You have to go through a metal detector. If you go to some stores, shopping malls, and now, believe it or not, they even have it installed them in churches. That's hard to believe that you have to go through a metal detector to get into some churches. That's how society is really deteriorated in America, to where that individuals are packing guns, and you have to install these devices to try to stop somebody from losing their life. So hopefully Congress will continue this thing that they got going. And I think Nancy Pelosi said that she was going to start fining people.
That is correct.
That refuse to go through the detector.
Yep.
So you might want to check on that and see what's going on. But they've taken it to a whole nother level when you have to worry about going into the Congress building and somebody packing a gun, another congressman. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Yep, you got it. And that is 100% correct. Nancy Pelosi made that announcement Wednesday. And yes, there are some lawmakers that are trying to refuse to go through the metal detectors. So Nancy says if you bypass the metal detectors, you will be fined, stiff fines. When the House returns to session on January 21, the day after Inauguration Day, Nancy said the new rules will be adopted to mandate stiff fines for bypassing security. Lawmakers will be fined $5,000 for the first offense and $10,000 for the second offense. Now, this is in response to numerous House Republicans admonishing Capitol Police officers for asking them to go through the metal detectors, I guess, Tuesday and Wednesday. Several representatives pushed past the police and the sergeant-at-arms staff getting into the House chamber without going through the magnetometers. Nancy Pelosi said, "It's tragic this step is necessary, but the chamber is the people's house, must and will be safe." The fines, they say, would be deducted from the lawmaker's salary. Nancy's statement marks the second time in as many days that House Democrats and leaders in the House imposed fines to force Republicans to comply with rules meant to ensure the safety of the people in the chamber. All right. Of course, Tuesday night, the House adopted new rules to mandate fines for those who fail to follow rules that require masks on the House floor during the COVID pandemic. Fines for a lawmaker refusing to wear a mask is $500 first offense, $2,500 for repeat offenses. Isn't that something? All right, so you would think if you are a lawmaker, and I guarantee you there are members in that chamber that are packing. And if you were in that position, a lawmaker in Washington, D.C., I'd want to be packing too. I would just suspect those that are trying to go around have a firearm somewhere, but we'll see where that goes. Looking at 15 before the hour. Got a couple lines open here on a Friday morning. Want to jump on board? It's 844-3388. 3388. Just checking the email. This is Glenn listening in. Did you get my email a few days ago about the Meyer distribution in Jasper? Yeah, we did. And, I forwarded that. I gave that to Kyle, as a matter of fact. Glenn, I remember you on the last cruise. Mag and Glenn were with us on that last cruise. Enjoying the show. Take care. All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for the lead, Glenn. We appreciate that. Mike says, hey, Steve, great to hear you back. Really enjoy hearing some of the old dudes calling in. I'm a retired wiggle wagon driver for Old Brown. Have you heard from Doug out of Florida? Have not heard from Doug out of Florida. And, matter of fact, for the last nearly year on the air, didn't hear from Doug. I mean, he was calling once or twice a week for a long time, and for whatever reason, backed off on calling. But I did occasionally get an email from him here and there, so I believe he was still out there listening. All right. Thank you from Wiley Coyote. Have a great morning. Get back to our callers here. Is it Moneypenny? Is that the handle?
Lucky Penny, Steve.
That was close. Lucky Penny. Yeah, you were on that last cruise too. Hello, Lucky Penny.
Yeah, we cried so hard when you lost your job that Friday. I thought the world was going to come to an end. and then when Chris picked you up, I cried again that you got back out here.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Kyle. Yep. And thanks to Horse Feather and Little Guppy, I found you again. Are you there, Steve?
So they're the ones that kind of tipped you off on where to find us again? Is that it?
Yep. Because we're computer illiterate, remember?
Oh, okay. All right. So you're not like friends on Facebook or anything.
And we don't do Facebook or Twitter, so we're out here lost in the world. But anyway, it's so good to hear from you. When Ranger Jack gets up, he's gonna have a heart attack when I found out that I found you.
All right.
But Horse Feathers called me tonight. Horse Feathers called me tonight with your phone number, and then I tried to call in, and it said it wasn't any good. So I kept calling in, hitting it over and over, and finally it said you'll be in line. Then you went on a little 3-minute re-signal.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, we're coming up to the store. We're not far from the store where Chris is. We want to meet him and shake his hand.
That's cool. Yeah, up in Mount Gilead.
Yeah, and of course we're going to buy some stuff.
There you go. Yep.
We're going on a shopping spree.
That'll work. They'll be happy to meet you.
Yeah, it's so good to hear you back on, Steve. We missed you. We really did. I went out over the weekend and bought $300 worth of cowboy CDs because I said if I can't listen to Steve, I'm not listening to that junk on the radio anymore.
Oh, boy.
The news just about has me duct taping my brains to my head.
Oh, boy. Well, so Ranger Dak doesn't even know we're back yet. Now, you're going to have to find a way to listen. I mean, you don't even have a smartphone, don't you?
Yes, he gave me all the numbers, but we were driving when he called, and I didn't want to stop, and because I don't want to do it over while I'm driving.
Right.
So, but Horse Feathers gave me the YouTube hookup and all that, but I'm going to do that when I stop for my break.
There you go. All right.
But I wanted to.
And now when
I wanted to call and make sure.
And now when you're not driving, Lucky Penny, you'll be able to see the show.
Right. You got it.
That'll be a little different. Well, that's great to hear from you. Tell Ranger Jack I said hi, and he's got to call in, too. Got to check in.
Oh, yeah. He will. Oh, yeah. He will. Absolutely. We're glad to have you back. You're back in the saddle where you belong.
Very good. All right. Well, have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your drive. From the email bag, let me see here. I had a couple of new ones just come in. Let's see. Glad to see you back, Steve. This is Ratchet Jaw in Kent, Washington. Big Moose told me about your new gig. I'm hoping to be able to call in soon. By the way, next time you talk to Moose, ask him about his expensive rabbit. Expensive rabbit, huh? Okay, I got to remember that next time he calls in. What are we looking at? About 8 before the hour. I think we've got time for another caller before we roll into, headed toward the final hour as we make our way into a Friday here. Maurice would be next. Hello, Maurice.
No, it's Horse Feathers. I was just checking back in with you here quick.
Okay, how in the hell did they get Maurice out of Horse Feathers?
Hey, you got to love that artificial intelligence, Steve. It's the new way of the world. It's going to be all artificial intelligence. I don't know if there's anything intelligent about the artificials. But anyways, hey, as Lucky Penny was saying there, I did try to hook her up with the YouTube stuff, but I'll probably talk to her again later when she's not behind the wheel. But I was thinking is there a way you can copy the address to that and post it over on your Facebook page? Because I did get to subscribe to your overnight drive, Steve Sommers, and I was number 270. So you need another 730 people to get your online streaming go.
You need a whole bunch to go to the Steve. Like when you're done with if you're watching or listening, whatever, on the Hot Shot website on YouTube. When you get done, go on over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page and click on subscribe. Yeah, we got to get those clicks up over there.
Yeah, so I didn't know. There's got to be a way to share that or something. Can you share that on your regular Facebook page? Because the amount of people you have on your Facebook page, if you get it up there, you should be able just to get it done in one day there.
I shared it yesterday morning. I did that yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Okay. All right. Because I don't do Facebook, so I can't see it. But you got to have the wife check on that.
Yeah.
But anyways, I did get it. So I was number 270 though. So you're at least a third of the way there. But we're getting there. It's all coming around. So, anyways, just wanted to touch back in with that. And I don't know. Maurice, is that what you? Well, I guess that's better than what Big Ed called me, lip dragger, isn't it?
It says Maurice Hockey. Maurice Hockey.
Maurice Hockey. Oh, crazy, Steve. The whole world's going. I've been telling you that for a while now. The whole world's gone crazy.
Yes, it has.
So, anyways, all right. Well, you have yourself a fine weekend there. Enjoying hi to the princess and everybody. And hey, how many packages of Jell-O do you have to put in that concrete pond of yours to have Jell-O shots during the July picnic?
It's like 18,000 gallons of water. It takes a lot of Jell-O.
Well, we're gonna have to figure out how many boxes of Jell-O we need then for July. Yeah. All right, we'll start working on that. We'll get our abacus and slide rules out here and figure that out.
Have a great weekend. You got it.
Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I share that because got several lines available. We got an hour to go. Jump on in. That's the number to call. And we see, it looks like Alabama's governor earlier this week announcing Huntsville will be the United States Space Command's new headquarters here in the USA. Now, that's a move Colorado lawmakers are going to look to overturn as soon as Joe Biden is sworn into office. They say President Trump got some bad advice from his political advisors in making that decision to select Huntsville. But Governor Ivey's very pleased. I couldn't be more pleased to learn that Alabama will be the new home of the United States Space Command. Our state has long provided exceptional support for our military and their families, as well as rich, storied history when it comes to space exploration. This combination only enhances the outstanding relationships we have with the 65 diverse federal agencies on Redstone Arsenal, not to mention the growing presence of the FBI and other federal installations. Colorado, New Mexico, Nebraska, Texas, and Florida were all in the mix, all vying to be the new headquarters site for the U.S. Space Command. Now, the Air Force said Huntsville checked off all the requirements for the Air Force. Proximity to military bases involved with space, high security, communications capabilities. Colorado's governor says, well, that's a misguided decision. And he said their aerospace security, military heritage, and quality of life makes it the epicenter of national security space and should be the only permanent home for Space Command. Now, they say reports that the in-depth military process found Colorado Springs to be the best location for military readiness and cost, and recommended Colorado to the president, only to be overturned for politically motivated reasons. Now, that's what Colorado's governor says. Polis believes Trump didn't select his state, I guess because he doesn't like him. Okay, so there you go. We're at the top of the hour, but we've got one yet to go. Stick around for that, and a couple lines available at 844-844-3388. Yeah, I'm looking back here. Yeah, it's 23 hours ago when I shared this. Someone else actually posted, and then I shared the link that they posted. Steve has requested you like his fan page on Facebook and subscribe to his page on YouTube. And then they've actually got the link there to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube page. And yeah, we need a whole bunch more to share that and go through the process of subscribing on YouTube. And then you can watch it live there as well. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor. plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All the times I went to Las Vegas, which wasn't a whole lot, but back when they had an actual truck show in Las Vegas. Yeah, well, the wife and I'd take a whole week, and we'd use some vacation days, and we'd go out there, spend a few days having fun on the strip, hanging out at the pool, drinking lots of cold beer, and then we'd do the truck show thing, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Never did have the opportunity to see the infamous Siegfried and Roy show, which was, back in those days still active on the Strip. But Siegfried, the namesake partner of the duo Siegfried and Roy, passing away, according to the report out of Las Vegas. He was 81 years old. He died Wednesday at his home from pancreatic cancer. And according to his publicist, news was first reported by the German news agency, DPA. But his longtime partner on the Strip, of course, Roy Horn, the other half of Siegfried and Roy. Roy, of course, died last year at a hospital in Vegas. He died complications of COVID. Ironically, he was 75 years old. But over the years, they astonished millions of people with their magic tricks until Roy, of course, was critically injured back in 2003 by one of the famed white tigers there. And, serious injuries. He was never the same. But in a statement, when Siegfried announced the passing of Roy, he said, "From the moment we met, I knew Roy and I would be together, would change the world. There would be no Siegfried without Roy and no Roy without Siegfried." Or Siegfried, I guess. All right, so we're underway here. We get our final hour off and rolling on a Friday. Let's get back to the calls. And looks like he finally got off his duff to dial the number. Yo, Spaceman.
What's up, Joe?
Hey there.
Good to have you back.
Good to be
With
here.
all the huge conglomerates owning all the radio stations, I didn't know where you might pop up. But I think things are going to build and work out real good for you.
I do. I believe they will. I'm confident they will.
Good deal. Oh, you forgot about a regular show aspect, the dumbass of the week.
We need to bring that back, don't we?
Yeah. I have one for you. I have a tip for the show.
Okay.
When I'm looking at the screen right there in the right-hand side behind your monitor, what if you got a different one each night from a local modeling agency? So, like, really voluptuous babes, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a neon green bikini, and they just do yoga for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Right there to the right-hand side in front of you.
On the screen.
And then right. Just a live person in studio doing yoga for 5 hours.
So I could turn it more towards the
then,
camera so you can just watch me or listen to me while you watch the hot, voluptuous babe do yoga?
Right. They'll draw in viewers, which will become listeners.
That's a great idea, Spaceman.
Maybe during commercial, they could hold up a bottle of Hot Shot Secret, and talk about Hot Shot Secret.
Yeah, kind of like the Ring Girls when you go to the boxing match, right? That's the only reason you go is to see the Ring Girls.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's how I was a Budweiser girl that time for Halloween.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Good God, that was a sight.
That girl was a ring girl for boxing matches and had 3 of the Budweiser bathing suits, and then me and 2 friends wore those when we went out for Halloween. That was around 1999 or 2000 something. But you saw you put that picture on your Facebook one time.
I did, yes.
So here's a dumbass of the week story. You can look this up. I just know a little bit about it. This guy was given in 2012 like 7,000 Bitcoin, and he put them in what they call a virtual wallet, and it's worth $220 million now. But he doesn't know his password to his virtual wallet.
Oh boy!
And with the virtual wallet, there's no way to click like forgot my password and like make a new one. And he has 10 chances to get his password right, and he's down to 2. And if he doesn't get it the next 2 times, then he loses his $220 million. So what he's doing is, what's this new kind of computer they're coming out with? It's not virtual. I forget the word. Virtual computer or, I forget.
Like artificial intelligence or something?
No, what's the word for all your, like, different dimensions and stuff? Like Einstein would talk about, you know, the third dimension, and that's the word, but I can't think of it. Somebody will type it up there on the Facebook scroll. But anyway, it's a new super high-powered computer that almost thinks for itself. And he's going to wait for that type of computer to come out and then get a computer guru to link all his information into that to try to think of what he was thinking like back in 2012 and what he might have used for a password.
So he just put this, this Bitcoin in the virtual wallet, never wrote down a password, and has no idea. I mean, was he drunk when he made the password or something?
Well, here's a funny thing. There's another story out about Bitcoin where it's a pizza story. Somebody, what was the deal with it? It was one of the major pizza chains, and what was the story with the 2 pizzas, and it was bought or sold for Bitcoin, but it would be worth millions nowadays. But anyway, back when it was given to him, it wasn't worth hardly anything. So he probably didn't think it was too important to
worry
remember
about.
the password.
I gotcha. Okay.
But I never believed in Bitcoin, but a lot of people's gotten filthy rich off of it. I just don't understand how nothing that's backed up with nothing has become worth millions. But you remember the pizza story?
Something, I mean, there were some pizza joints or a pizza joint that was accepting Bitcoin to buy their pizza, and the dude who bought the pizza for 20 bucks, then time passed, and whatever he spent to buy that $20 worth of pizza, the Bitcoin would have been worth, I don't know, hundreds of dollars or something. I don't know how much, but an incredible amount
I think
more.
It's millions, Dave.
Was it? Wow.
Yeah. That's what it was. One of the chains said, will now accept Bitcoin for payment for pizza. And he bought 2 pizzas, and for what he paid for the 2 pizzas, it's worth over $1 million in Bitcoin now. But did you find the story I was talking about, the Bitcoin guy?
That one, no, I did not.
Could you remember passwords that you were using 8 years ago? Just in general.
Oh, boy.
Like you get on different kicks, you know.
Yep.
Or you might use, names of movies or whatever your thing is. You know, and he tried 8, but he's scared to try 2 more times. But wouldn't that be depressing?
I know that I've gone in to order pizza before and had changed the password, when I was like a 12-pack in. And for the love of God, couldn't remember my password to order, so I had to change it again. And
Yeah, I can't hardly ever remember them. I'd have to look all over the house for scratch paper and try to think what I was into back then. I'd be able to give 8 shots at it, but I'd quit. I'd quit when I had 2 left too. But I just wonder if he'll ever get his hands on this money or not. But Bitcoin's a topic for another night. But I just can't understand how it's worth anything. I don't get it.
I've never grasped it myself.
But I sure wish I'd invested in it when it was worth nothing. I think 50 Cent, he was broke and got rich off of Bitcoin that he bought, right?
Yeah.
The rapper, he made millions on it. But I just chalk it up, as far as I ever do, it's just a bunch of moronic BS that was going to go nowhere, like a con artist type of thing. Like, what do you mean you want me to give you real money for virtual money, monopoly money, and then here people are cashing in, and it's worth a lot nowadays.
I never thought it was going. All I'm seeing is they're saying Bitcoin is a bubble, just like you had the tech bubble. It's a bubble that's going to pop at some point in time.
Right. Now, Chris, the guy that he owns Hot Shot Secret, right?
Correct.
I remember, you can correct me on the timeline, but the first time he came on the show about, is it 12 years ago?
I can't remember, but it's been a number of years ago, yeah.
My mom had a 73 Oldsmobile, and I wanted to buy lead additive for it. And
I remember that call. He said he had a little bit left out in the warehouse, and if you wanted to give him a call, and I think you bought all of it, didn't you?
Yeah, I bought maybe it's somewhere between 3 and 5 cases. But Steve, I think it was so early. When I called him, he answered the phone, and while he was on the phone with me, he went and found it. I think it was his garage. I think his warehouse, so to speak, was at his house. I mean, this was right at the beginning.
Yeah. That's
everything. I could
correct.
be wrong.
You are correct. No, he was working out of what he called it a pole barn or something at his place.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He went and laid eyes on it and got that to me in the mail right away. And it was the last he had left to where, my parents could run that car that required lead.
Yep.
You just pour a tiny bottle to a tank, And she's since passed away. The car's been sold. But, he didn't grow through Bitcoin, but, a brilliant idea and a lot of hard work and advertising and employing the right people like he employed you. He's where he's at today, a multi-million-dollar company, just from the roots up.
Yes, sir. Yep. A true American success story, they call that.
What's that?
A true American success story.
Absolutely. I love them kind of stories. So, anyways, congratulations, and I guess I'll let you go and give you a shout next week.
All right. Are you going to be going down for the riots this weekend in D.C. or no?
No, I'm against the riots, and I haven't completely formed all my opinions about what went on
last week.
I want to watch Trump's whole speech instead of seeing segments, but I believe we got to uphold the Constitution more than we do any one person that's going to be president. We can't fight it out. If I think Trump set Pence up to do something he legally couldn't do and turned his back on him in a public forum, and people went in there chanting "Hang Pence," and through a coup, had Trump become the president on that day, or through fighting it out, then people that thought Biden would have won the election, they would want to fight. And, this country does things by laws. That's where we fight in courtrooms. And Trump lost 64 out of 65 court battles and lost in the Supreme Court. And on the day he was going to have his last say on the Senate floor, a riot happened that he could have stopped. I think he did provoke it to a degree. And he didn't get his last say, so he got a riot instead, and it got him nothing. And instead of getting 2 senators elected in Georgia, talking about what they can do to block Biden, he told people their votes aren't, he fought with the governor of Georgia, and he told people their votes aren't going to count for 2 months, and they didn't have the show that they needed. So I think Trump blew it. Like at the end of Easy Riders, when the 2 guys are laying on the beach, and one said to the other one, "We blew it." I think he blew it. I think he blew it big time.
As far as Georgia goes, I mean, we know
that's
there were definitely irregularities and odd things happening. Of course, on election night, they all of a sudden had that power outage when they were trying to count. They had, we got a water main break and all. I mean, something weird was going on. Now, I'm not saying that there would have been enough oddities going on that it might have been enough to have had Trump win that state, but I have a hard time believing the state of Georgia went for Joe Biden. I really do.
The write-in ballots, things were set up, even if there wasn't fraud, it was set up to where it could look like fraud. Like in Pennsylvania, and this is the Republicans' fault, the Democrats wanted to count the votes as they came in, and Republicans in Pennsylvania blocked that. And that's what it should have been done. As these ballots came in, then on election night, you'd see what Biden had, you'd see what Trump had.
Exactly. I mean, that's the way it should have been done. Ohio did it. Ohio's a big state, and Ohio was called at about 10 or 10:30 that evening for Trump. It was, I mean, what was the issue with not counting these mail-in ballots as they came in? I don't understand that.
Well, they should have did that, Steve, because what happened is election night, Trump was up by hundreds of thousands.
Yes.
But then you took two weeks to count the Biden ballots, and then he comes ahead of Trump. And that just has the look of
impropriety,
cheating, even if it's not.
Yeah.
It just looks like a fraud. Like, how many ballots do we need? Let's find them. It looks like fraud. So it was a poorly. Don't get me wrong, it's a poorly ran election, but I personally think O.J. Simpson's guilty, but in court he's not. And Trump only won 64 out of 65 court cases. We can't go into D.C. and, fight it out in the halls of Congress, physically fight it out. That's our democracy is more important for the long term of this country than a collapsed government, and fighting it out. And even if they fought it out and put Trump in as president, that doesn't mean he's going to stay president. Whoever's got the most guns and can kill the leader puts in the new leader. That's how it's done in a lot of countries.
That's what you call civil war, and we sure as hell don't want to go down that path.
Everybody talks about a civil war until they got to do civil war stuff. And trust me, we don't want to collapse government, and that just leads to, lack of food and fuel pumps that don't work.
It'd be horrible.
No laws anywhere. It's complete free-for-all, I don't know what they're going to do at the Pennsylvania state capitol, but I'd like to see 2,000 National Guard troops around it. Earlier in the summer, just protesting the shutdowns, our capitol is built just like the National Capitol building. They might be carbon copies, the back steps and the front and everything. We had tons of armed people standing at the top of the steps during those protests. And generally, when you protest things, like I've been to protests, I've been to about 25 of them to get rid of the mandatory helmet law in Pennsylvania. But generally, you want to go to the Capitol building when the lawmakers are there, when they're in session, and you get a permit, you go into the rotunda, you have speeches, you present your case, and then you go down the hallways and you talk to your lawmakers. A lot of them knew me by name, and you get your change. But now on the 17th, we're supposed to have a big rally at the Pennsylvania State Capitol, an armed rally, and there's nobody there. It's just going to be, trouble or mayhem. What's everybody going to do? Stand on the steps with their rifles until somebody accidentally fires one off or something,
Yeah,
and all
yeah.
hell breaks loose. And
Yep.
everybody's shooting each other and shooting the cops. Or
And you know the
it's just nonsense.
agitators are going to
don't
be
need
there. You're going to have some of these Antifa types and these overthrow the government types, and I think that's what they're trying to instigate. They're trying to instigate essentially a civil war or an armed uprising in this country. That's what their goal is.
We don't need it.
Nope.
We don't. It's a lot of right wing conservative wackos to it. What I don't understand, ever since I got on Facebook, which has been 3 or 4 years, is I'm just totally flabbergasted at what people believe and repost without even no research or looking at another article or checking anything. Just stuff like QAnon. That there's actually a group of satanic child molesters that are in a secret war against Trump. Just crazy stuff. There was a meme that went around. I know the guy's name from research, but I can't remember. The guy with the it's a Sioux headdress. What it is a hollowed out buffalo head. The guy with the horns.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a popular Facebook meme, and it shows him on the left, and it says at BLM rally, and then on the right it says in Capitol building. It's to make you think he's a BLM guy. And no, he's just like there's wackos on the left, there's wackos on the right.
Yep.
He's from Arizona, and he's been around a lot of years, and he believes in the whole QAnon thing, and there's pictures of him with Giuliani and Trump's son, and he's for a conservative cause, but he's a wacko, and that exists, and that's the rebel rousers that were in the Capitol building, along with a lot of just emotionally hyped up people that the door's open, the door's knocked down, I'm going to walk on in, and it just got out of hand. We can't have that. I don't endorse that. I don't think it's a good thing. We fight in the courts, and we fight the Supreme Court, and we survived Carter and Obama, and we'll survive Biden.
I've heard people saying that, and I think we will. You're right. As long as if cooler heads will prevail, we'll get through this. Well, Spaceman, I gotta move ahead here. We're heading up toward bottom of the hour. But your story, your initial story about the guy that forgot his password. Of the existing 18.5 million Bitcoin, about 20%, which would be worth around $140 billion, appear to be lost or in stranded wallets. So this guy's not alone. Apparently, there's tons of people out there that had Bitcoin, and I can't get to it. Stefan Thomas, a German programmer based out of San Francisco, forgot a password that would allow access to his 7,002 Bitcoin, which would be worth $220 million. According to the New York Times, the password will allow Thomas to unlock the small hard drive, what they call the iron key, which holds the keys to a digital wallet containing 7,002 Bitcoin. According to the American media, Thomas lost the document where he wrote the key to his iron key years ago. So far, he only has 2 attempts to gain access. Otherwise, the device will encrypt your content forever. The programmer obtained this amount of cryptocurrency 10 years ago when he lived in Switzerland after making an animated video explaining what is Bitcoin. that was requested by a fan of Bitcoin. Thomas is not the only one who's lost his money in this way. According to the article citing chain analysis of the 18.5 million Bitcoin that are out there, 20%, as I mentioned, $140 billion worth are lost or stranded in stranded wallets. See, this is due to the characteristics of cryptocurrencies, which, unlike traditional bank accounts or online wallets like PayPal, there is no institution or company that stores or can restore any lost or forgotten passwords. You forget your password at your local bank, yeah, you can call them, verify who you are and whatnot, they'll reset. Okay, you got access to your money again. Not the case with cryptocurrency, apparently. You imagine that? How would you feel? I've got $220 million in a wallet, and I can't get to it. Wow. Hey, we'll get back to your calls just ahead. We got a Friday morning coming on. I am Steve Sommers. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, before you know it, we're gonna wrap up week number 1 of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Yeah, I'd like to see the numbers continue to grow, right? And that's where you come in. Share it. There may be others out there like the Beaver Squeezer. Used to listen all the time. Not real big on following, but just by happenstance, came across it. I was on Facebook, and Well, there he is. I'll be darned, like an old lost friend. That was pretty cool. All right, so with that, what are we looking at here? A couple from the email bag of Steve at hotshotsecret.com. I was talking earlier about the lawmakers having to go through the metal detectors at the Capitol and all. He said, after September 11 of 2001, I'm surprised that building even has windows that could be smashed or doors in areas that couldn't be locked down from some sort of a central console to secure the chambers. Yeah, I would imagine that it's probably, they'll be doing some upgrades. Let's leave it at that. Let me see. Back to the calls we go here. What do you say? Who's next up? I'm supposed to ask this guy about his really expensive kitty cat.
Morning.
Hey there. What's the deal with your really I'm sorry, I said kitty cat. Really expensive rabbit, I think it was.
Oh, well, that old ratchet Joe sold me a truck years ago.
Yeah.
And I had to go. At the time, he was based in Tacoma, Washington. And I had to go out there and get it. And give me a honey of a deal on the thing, man. I mean, it was a pretty nice outfit. That was first year for that Century class Freightliner. And I went out and got that thing, man. I was just beaming like a proud new papa, you know.
Uh-huh.
And I come out of there and was going through Utah, and there was a bobtail in front of me. And it wasn't a rabbit. It was one of them big hares, you know. I mean, it's like, you know, Rabbitzilla, you know, about a 15-pounder. And that bobtail clipped that thing, and it throwed that rabbit right up between the tires. And when it come back down, it landed right in the center strut of that Freightliner, busted both windshields out, put me out of commission. And I argued with the insurance man. They thought I was lying, because I had to tell them I knocked the windshields out with a rabbit.
Yeah.
And everybody thought I was crazy or had an exhaust leak or something, was hallucinating. But that's exactly what happened. I didn't have that truck 2 days and had to put $1,300 worth of windshields in it.
That was an expensive rabbit.
That was an expensive rabbit.
So what's going on tonight, Big Moose?
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of Indianapolis over here, and it is a wet, soggy mess, and I just hope and pray it don't freeze up on me. I got 36 degrees over here. I'm coming across 74 trying to get back to the house.
Well, just be glad you're not over in, like, Iowa tonight, where you're dealing with a full-fledged blizzard.
Oh, yeah, I leave that for the professionals, you know.
Okay.
I'm just a sap-sucking amateur at this, you know. I'm just a delivery boy. That's it. As soon as I get home, I'm going to cry myself to sleep thinking about that blizzard in Iowa.
There you go. Oh, boy. And you're just like you're a young guy. How many years you been out there, Big Moose? You're a seasoned veteran, I know. How many miles you got?
Well, since 80, so that's 40.
Yep.
Yeah, going on 41. I got a boy that's been doing it about 17 years already. So, and other fellow talking in there said he's a 4 million miler. I was a 4 million miler too. That was the last patch I got to sew on my jacket since 4 million miles. Been a long time coming, but I tell you what, I'm so bad now. I've had the Freightliner fever so long that my knees are shot, my back's shot, my nerves shot, my patience are shot, so I can't do nothing else. So I just push these things around until I fall over again.
There you go. It's in your blood. You wouldn't want to do anything else anyway.
Well, it's not as fun as it used to be.
I'm sure of that.
Got all these tattletales. Yeah, got all these tattletales and cameras and robots and he was talking about them bitcoins and all that stuff. It won't be long till a Terminator will be delivering your pizza.
Yeah.
But anyway, I wanted to call and congratulate you on week 1 there. I've been enjoying this, man. I've been missing this and enjoyed your show and glad we got this thing going. And I'm going to be talking to your sponsor there because I've got a couple of reefer units that I'm going to put some of that fancy Hot Shot Slickum in here pretty quick.
There you go. Good deal.
All right, buddy. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. We'll catch you on the flip side.
And thanks for participating in week number 1. It's people like you that keep it going and help spread the word. There you go. The big moose. Let's see. Chevy Guy, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for letting me out the front door there once again. Wanted to back up something that Eagle was saying. I seen the news. A female lawmaker was stopped, and the Capitol Police was trying to force her to go through the metal detector. What it is this female lawmaker said during that in siege of the Capitol, you know, Nancy Pelosi being third in line in the leadership, Secret Service swooped her out of the building immediately, and every lawmaker that was there was told to hit the ground. And she said they were totally unarmed, all right, at the mercies of the Capitol Police. But she says, the truth being told, they Republican lawmakers have been a target for a while. And even if they would allow put in gun lockers in the cloakroom, that way they could carry their firearms with them to and from the Capitol building. Because this is, this event that just happened is not the only thing that they've been worried about. It's just going from their car to the Capitol building. So that's it was interesting. So yeah, I'll tell you what, everything sounds like Nancy Pelosi's just a vengeful woman. And could you imagine if something would happen to Biden? She would, and Kamala Harris, and she would be the president.
Wow.
From what I see, nobody'd want to mess with the United States with her in office because she is one vengeful person. So other than that, I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna definitely get on YouTube and click in about 35 more minutes, and we'll get you up there and streaming. How about it?
Subscribe.
So we're gonna sit back in the rocking chair and enjoy the rest of the trip. 10-4.
Thank you very much, Chevy Guy. That's what we need. Help us out, right? I guess the National Weather Service office in Louisville has issued a winter weather advisory for later on Friday evening into Saturday morning, because that cold front's going to be coming through, and they're saying scattered numerous snow showers later on this evening, lasting through the overnight, then tapering off Saturday morning. Now, it may be just a ½ inch to an inch in many locations, so a few slick spots on untreated roads, isolated instances of up to 2 inches can't be ruled out for those that see some of the more intense and repeated snow showers. So that winter weather advisory kicks in 9 o'clock this evening until 1 o'clock Eastern time Saturday afternoon for East Central and South Central Kentucky. Let's plan on some slippery conditions. I'm looking at the map here, going back, and it's areas from just south of Frankfort. Frankfort is not directly stretching from Lexington to just east of Elizabethtown down through Campbellsville. Those are all areas that are under the winter weather advisory. And it actually extends a little bit further south, even down into central portions of Tennessee. We're looking at areas from Crossville to Cookville, and then on up into Kentucky there. So that swath stretching from about Lexington, Kentucky to Crossville, Tennessee. So a lot of snow showers expected to be coming down. Obviously, initially, it's going to be melting because they're supposed to be like middle and upper 40s in that swath for high temperatures today. Yeah, I'm just thinking, though, then again, some of these areas may have been seeing their high temperatures for the day early in the day, like maybe now or at the midnight hour, because it was pretty darn comfortable. At the midnight hour here in Southwest Ohio, we've had some rain coming down, light rain, but that's going to be kind of opening the door for some of that colder air to come in. So just keep that in mind if you're going to be traveling through Kentucky later on tonight. Watch the bridges and the overpasses. You got it. I don't see a name on the screen, but you probably heard the big beep. Who we got on the line?
Hey, it's Pup, Steve.
What's going on?
Hey, it's been a good week. It's been a long 2 months without you out here on the road with us. After listening to you and your dad for 30 years.
I'm glad to be back.
But, yeah, thanks to Chris and Kyle and Hot Shot Secret. Hey, I got a good name for your call screener there. Call it Alex.
Alex?
Yeah. Every time you called in with him at the old place, he'd always get your handle wrong. Hell, I was blocked for I don't know how long.
I remember that. Yeah, he I don't know if he had a hearing issue or what, but yeah, he did. He missed a few. Yeah.
Hey, I'll leave you with something to ponder over the weekend, and then I'll get out of your hair. Hey, you was asking what Buttigieg knows about transportation?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think he knows anything but the Hershey Highway.
That's
the only transportation he knows about.
I hear you.
Have a good weekend, Steve.
Oh, boy, we'll leave it at that. This past year, many anticipated in-person trucking events were either canceled or they scrambled to do some sort of a virtual or online platform due to the COVID. Now, with the rollout of the vaccine, there's hope that some of the 2021 events, some of the truck shows, conferences, conventions, may actually be held in person once again. Now, looking at a list here, first is coming up in April, the Transportation Intermediaries Association Conference and Exhibition. Home to trucking's leading fleet professionals, vehicle manufacturers. That's slated for April 7th to 10th. I think that the plans are on to move forward with that. Then the 17th through the 20th, the Truckload Carriers Association hold their annual convention, 4 days of educational sessions, networking, exhibits, and things of that nature at the Wynn Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. The keynote speaker is supposed to be Damon John of ABC's Shark Tank. We'll jump to May, the CVSA's International Road Check. Remember that? Last year, the Road Check was postponed. The annual 3-day event, which everyone loves so much. This year, it's slated from May the 4th through the 6th. It was postponed last year. They did eventually run it. I can't recall what month that was, but right on the heels of the International Road Check, 72-hour, the May the 6th through the 8th is the Kennedy 95 Truckers Jamboree. This would be the 8th annual East Coast Jamboree at the Kennedy 95 truck stop, I-95, and is it Kenly or Keenly? Keenly, North Carolina. Then, of course, we did touch last evening on the Mother's Day Convoy, one of Horse Feather's passionate events. This year, they say it will once again be kind of more of a virtual thing. Typically, hundreds of big trucks, thousands of spectators, the carnival-type atmosphere to cheer them on, raising funds for the Make-A-Wish. And this is at the Mannheim Auto Auction in Pennsylvania. Right now, it says, if an in-person event is not possible, it will still be held virtually, which they did last year. So they're still looking maybe at doing the actual event. Hopefully by the time we get to May, we can do that, right? Walcott Trucker Jamboree, always a big one that rolls around in the month of July, where you never know if it's going to be 105 degrees or if it's going to be dumping rain. They've seen it all over the years. July the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Of course, the Iowa 80 truck stop on I-80 in Walcott, the world's largest truck stop. And what else? Okay, wondering about the Mid-America in Louisville or the Great American Truck Show for 2021 in Dallas. Unfortunately, the 2021 Great American Truck Show, GATS in Dallas, has been canceled by the event coordinators. They actually opted to make that decision in October of last year, way back months ago. Now, some aspects of that event will still go on through a virtual GATS week later this year. That will include 4 events that will celebrate the industry: the Small Fleet Champ Award, Partners in Business, the Pride and Polish, and the Trucker Talent Search. This would be the 50th anniversary of the granddaddy of them all, the Mid-America Truck Show. Now, they have moved their previously scheduled time frame in the month of March. It's expected to still take place in person at the Kentucky Exposition Center there in Louisville, pending COVID-19 safety and security protocol. It will either be September 16th, 17th, and 18th later this year. If it can't be pulled off in September, then it's off to 2022 on what would have been, I guess, the previous regular scheduled March 24th through the 26th. They'll make a final decision on that in February. It was February 15th, February 18th, somewhere right in there. That's when they're officially going to make the call. September of this year or March of next year. So there, you're up to speed. You might get to actually enjoy some of these outdoor activities in 2021. Hello, Jolly Green Giant.
Yeah, I wanted to call you back, Steve, and tell Big Moose I'm about 10 minutes on his tail. ETA says I 6:45.
Okay.
But you were talking about Johnson & Johnson. You said that they might have a cure for a minor cold. Is that right?
No, they're taking, I guess, the breakdown of the common cold, which I think is basically a coronavirus. They're using that to manufacture a vaccine for the COVID. But the base is from the common cold. I guess the genome breakdown or whatever they call it.
Well, I hope that's true. I heard that on the radio about Johnson & Johnson coming out with a different formula or
Correct,
vaccine.
different type, and theirs is a one shot deal instead of a 2-shot.
Right. I went to the dentist, and those individuals have already had those shots. Because I asked the lady, one of the ladies, and she told me they had already had the shot. But I will tell you, we are passing the word around at our company to the younger drivers. Kevin and I both were passing the word around. And I will tell you tonight, I did subscribe to YouTube to make sure that you get credit for it. So
thank you.
I want to tell you, are you going to be off for the next 2 days? Meaning, are you going to have pre-recording? Because I got to work tonight, so I mean, we're going to be hearing maybe Monday or Sunday. Is that right?
You're pretty much. I mean, just nothing streaming live. You'll have the podcast that you could pull up and listen to a previous night, but nothing live on Friday or Saturday night. I'll be back live Sunday night into Monday morning. So.
Yeah, and I wanted to find out what your schedule was. That's fine. At least we'll have something to listen to. But I just want to thank you for all the years that you have kept me informed and other drivers informed. I've been driving since 1983. So, like I said, I've been listening to you and your dad since day one. And I just wanted to thank you for all the information that you have given us through the year through OIDA and some of the various organizations.
Yeah.
So you have a good night and a good weekend, Steve, okay?
And thank you, Jolly Green Giant. Thank you for listening, being with us, and participating in the program, because that's what keeps us going. You don't have a show if you don't have listeners, because advertisers won't spend money if you don't have anybody listening. They're trying to reach out to you. So, again, that's why asking for your help. If you've already liked us on the Facebook page, there is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook page. I know as far as watching us live, you've got to go through the Hot Shot Secret page. We're going to get that running on the Facebook. And for the YouTube, we need to get 1,000 likes or subscribes through the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on YouTube. Just pull it up. Right now you can watch the podcasts. You can't catch the live stream, but programs we've done thus far this week would be available there for you to peruse through that. As soon as we get the 1,000 subscribes, then they'll allow us to actually run the live stream there on YouTube. So there you go. We'll wrap things up. How about that? Week number 1. Week number 1 in the books. It's been an interesting week. I reflect. I'm going back Sunday night, Monday morning. Man, I had the butterflies like you wouldn't believe. I was nervous and shaky, and of course, coming into the new digs, having never have done the show from this type of studio. And I said, okay, we're not going to have someone actually answering the phones. We're going to use this call-in studio software. I feel much more relaxed, much more comfortable 1 week in. So, now they tell me we're going to start throwing other stuff at you. A few things you're going to have to do this, and you might have to do that. So, okay, but you know what? It's all going to work out. We are working on getting a news source for our top and bottom of the hour news. That'll be a little extra work for me, if you know what I mean, those sort of things. And, of course, then working on getting advertisers to come on board and be a part of the program as we grow with each passing day. Thank you so much for being with us, and we'll look forward to you coming back, joining us again Sunday night at the midnight hour. Help us out by passing the word, like us on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, and we'll be in touch as we roll into 2021. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shots.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep.